Little monkey, you climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me. Not till the monkey, you like they female monkeys with their bananas between their trees, hanging down upside down, found that's a smile. It's a smile. Now tell a monkey what you doing to me. Dill a monkey, dill a monkey. What you doing to me? Dill a mother monkey, dill a monkey. Oh, monkey. Oh,
na 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 na, na 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 na, Equal rights for women. Equal rights for women. I'm a rapper that's a feminist. All these women, they got too much dissed. So here's some arguments in favor of feminism. I'm a feminist rapper. Equal rights for all. Yo. Feminism fights against the discrimination and advocates for equal rights, opportunities, and treatments, regardless of gender. Women deserve equal rights and justice just like men. That's why I equally spray the club. Everybody gets $1. Let me hear ya holler. Equal rights for women. I'm a feminist rapper. Yo, what was you saying? Feminists ain't got no booties? That's a stereotype. Listen, this the kind of beat that be coming out the stereo, that type. You thought that women could just type like a secretary? Ha! That's a stereotype. And that's racist. Equal rights for women. Equal rights for women. I'm a feminist rapper. I'm promoting equality and fairness. Every woman needs to be at the height of 4 feet and 5 inches. Every woman should get their toes and feet cut off. Equal height for women. This is height for women. Equal rights for women. I'm a feminist rapper. Challenging all of your stereotypes. Yo, feminists can have big booties too. Excuse me? What? Did we deserve that? No, you didn't, but you got it. Free. out of my bout. Equal rights for women. Equal rights for women. I'm a rapper that's a feminist. All these women, they got too much dissed. So here's some arguments in favor of feminism. I'm a feminist rapper. Equal rights for all. Yo. Feminism fights against the discrimination and advocates for equal rights, opportunities, and treatments, regardless of gender. Women deserve equal rights and justice just like men. That's why I equally spray the club. Everybody gets $1. Let me hear you holler. Equal rights for women. I'm a feminist rapper. Yo. What was you saying? Feminists ain't got no booties? That's a stereotype. Listen, this the kind of beat that be coming out the stereo, that type. You thought that women could just type like a secretary? Ha! That's a stereotype. And that's racist. Equal rights for women. Equal rights for women. I'm a feminist rapper. I'm promoting equality and fairness. Every woman needs to be at the height of 4 feet and 5 inches. Every woman should get their toes and feet cut off. Equal height for women. This is height for women. Equal rights for women. I'm a feminist rapper. Challenging all of your stereotypes.
Oh yeah.
Let's get that big booties too.
That was a underrated fire spitting bars. What's up? Welcome everybody. Today we're gonna help you in multifaceted ways. We're gonna get your RIZZ straight. We got a 91% male audience. That means 1% of my 10% of ladies done took off. Then they hit the road. Hit the road, Jackie. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jackie. Don't you come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jackie. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. H. Brazzi says for $10, it is genuinely hilarious that YouTube will let us, he is a black man, say the N-word. I wonder if it does base it on demographics, because apparently in the UK, people still can't say it. Don't ask for the N-pass. Take it. My zigga. My wigga. Anyway. So, a little update after everybody was telling me all of their nerd facts. You gotta up the bit rate to the blah, 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 blah. I tried it all. I did a test stream. Up the bit rate, tweak the bit rate. And when I upped the bit rate at 10 p.m. for 10 minutes, we had no lag. I upped the bit rate to about 8,000. Well, that didn't help today, because as I stream during the day, we get the same old drops.
I did a test stream.
What the hell is
the
this?
bit rate,
No.
tweak the bit rate. And when I up the bit rate
Shut up.
at 10 p.m.
I'm not even playing.
For 10 minutes.
I'm accidentally playing my stream. Excuse me. Anyway, hit like and share. Welcome everybody. We got Ethan Lafferty over here talking shit on Twitter. Already blocked his ass. Fat dudes in the chat telling me he's trying to use Gen Z terms to be popular and relevant. Well, it's a video directed to young men, goofus. And if I put game, that's a 20-year-old term, 30-year-old term. I prefer game. I like the word game. If I put the word manifesting, if I put the word mojo, that's a 15-year-old, 10-year-old term. People don't use that. So I got to talk to the young men, dude. What you expect? Now, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through the super chats, preferably through Streamlabs because they don't take no money. YouTube takes a big old cut, as everybody knows, but you can still do YouTube if you absolutely have to. Contemporary Compendium, Great Clips channel says for $5. Here's $5 to get this stream going. I don't know. I know that's what you're waiting on. Pay piggies, send thy tributes. Now notice this fancy setup over here. High tech, where you call in on Twitter if you want to argue, you want to debate. And notice that it's my phone stacked on a bunch of pulp books. Right? Like C.S. Lewis's Screw Tapes Part 2, Empire Strikes Back, Wizard of Oz, Choose Your Own Adventures. Look at that. I got all the hits right here. And when you call in, that's what you're resting on. You're resting on a bunch of fake fiction because your arguments are fake as hell. That's why. Anyway, point being, I don't think that it's anything to do with the settings at this point, which means it again is that the stream output for residential internet, even though I have had them out here digging up lines, installing new lines, I have called corporate, I have called Shantiqua sitting at the desk. I said, hey Shantiqua, you got to hook me up. I'm a live streamer. What that is? What that is? And I think it was Bryson in a wig. What that is? You a live streamer. You get the same internet everybody else gets, honey. So what if I pay more money? She said, you could pay me some more money, but you ain't getting no better internet, son. I said, you ever heard my song, Pay Piggy? She said, what the hell is that? I said, go listen to it. She said, damn. This boy is on fire. But I still didn't get any better internet. Even though I called Shantiqua corporate. I did get it up to the highest possible. This was like a year ago too. They only have certain levels. So at that point, this Mac is a couple years old. This MacBook Air. But I bought like the $2,000 MacBook Air when it came out a few years ago. I don't think the MacBook is unable to hold this. Austin says for $10, drop the Apple. You need an Intel i9 RTX 4090 and 64 gigabits of RAM. Well, can we just get... It's a giant ass hassle to buy a different system and load up all this shit back into a new system, dude. That's a nightmare. What if I just get a new Apple with the proper settings? Let's see what the nerds tell me I got to get. Let's see, we got to get a 4090 and a 64 gigabytes of RAM. Can they not just make the damn Apple computer have all of this fancy shit in it? MacBook Air new settings. Or what do you call it? Stats? What's the nerd terms? Ballistics? No. Configuration? Hardware. MacBook Air 5 leaks. Okay, well, see, maybe they're going to make this one awesome. M4, you said I need a what chip? An Intel i9. What the hell? I don't know none of this shit, dude. This is nerd speak. This is why that's why y'all got to get some RIZZ. You're coming over here, you know all this tech shit.
The Intel 9 chip was made with reverse engineered alien technology, as Bob Lazar says, and that's really the only way to get the proper bit rate on your stream. What is a lady's body part? I've never seen one except on the internet. What does a breast feel like? A bag of sand? I don't know.
Right? You're like Steve Carell over here. Jay, consider Starlink. Residential plans are really fast. Well, I have fast internet, bro. I mean, it's like when I do the speed test, there's no problems. But now let me ask you nerds one last question before we get off of this boring ass nerd stuff. Last question. Would it still be the hardware in this MacBook Air if at certain times there are no problems? That's the question. Now, Austin, I'm done donating. It's just jokes, dude. Y'all got to learn. First lesson in RIZZ is learn jokes. Now, guess what happened when I made fun of Eddie from Iron Maiden? Well, first of all, we got a bunch of butthurt metalheads. Which, number one, I thought y'all were tough. And I was a little gay boy because I liked electronica and techno. Now, wait a minute. Y'all are tough, but you got your feelings hurt because I made fun of a giant plaster paper mache zombie that y'all think is so awesome at concerts. And guess what? Apparently, because I made Eddie jokes, you can't make this up. A couple of the metal bands decided that they didn't want to be involved in any concert with me present doing cringecore. I shit you not. What? By the way, if you're that weak sauce, that somebody making fun of this stupid ass skanky shit hurts your feelings, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like I would want your ass at my concert anyway. I kid you not. Yes, the metal bands were mad I made fun of something that should be made fun of. This thing is retarded, dude. And apparently I went too far on Piers Morgan. So what do you think of that? And what's funny too is that the two edgiest of the musical genres, punk and metal, during the coof, who were the most cucked normie of all music genres? Metal and punk. Just worshiping the system, worshiping every mandate. Punk and metal are completely soy. They got their feelings hurt over a freaking Eddie joke, dude. But take your stabbies, it's metal. It's against the system, take your stabbies. It's against the system, I'm a rebel. Well, turns out the edgy artists are the weakest bunch of on the planet. Can I say the word? I don't even know. I don't know what I can say and I can't say anymore. I don't know what. I'm actually glad though, because like, you think I want to be associated with people that freaking weak? Get out of here. Look at this stupid ass thing. This damn paper mache, bro. Who thinks this is cool, by the way? Duh, look at that fucking metal, dude. Look at Eddie, dude. I'm gonna put Eddie on my house, dude. Eddie! I got a Trans Am! I got a mullet in the Trans Am. It's 1987, dude. Look at this dude right here. He's dressed up as Ed. No, that's Eddie again. And then I had people in the comments, this motherfucker don't even know the greatest metal band, most famous of all time. He don't even know. Yeah, I don't know this genre because I don't like this genre. And I know of Iron Maiden. I just couldn't remember it on the spot. Pull up on the spot. Every
band in a genre that you can't stand.
People, you got dorks over here drawing this.
Dude, that's awesome. The way you drew Eddie like that with all that like rotting flesh hanging off of him. It's like a zombie kind of life, dude. You going to the Iron Maiden concert? Yeah, I heard Cannibal Corpse is opening up. And Halloween. It's Halloween! Halloween, dude. Awesome. Yeah, man. They got spider webs and skulls and pumpkins, dude. They got pumpkins on their shirts and a pumpkin that's scary as hell on the poster. Look, man, this metal as fuck, dude. Look at that. He's even doing the devil sign because he's on the side of the bad boys. He's a rebel on the side of the bad boys. Good boys go to church and bad boys listen to Halloween.
Well, I'll have you know, wasn't there a Christian metal band? I'm going to help transition all you satanic metal band people into Christian metal that'll help you out.
Striper! We're just like a wasp, but we're not the bad wasp. We're Striper! We look like Motley Crue, but we wear makeup too. We're Striper! Ah! Striper!
I bet these dudes still use hairspray. Look, this dude does. Look. Shit, they all use hairspray still. You got 80s hair metal bands all got cancer from freaking hairspray. Still trying to be a badass. I'm a bad boy. I'm a rebel. We only play at youth groups, but we're rebels. Guess what? You're both cringe. Striper, you're as cringe as... Who's the other ones? Wasp? No. Halloween. Guess what? You both suck. Take that to the grave. Ooh, graves. Ooh, tombstones. Ooh, tombstones. Graves. It's creepy. It's scary. It's Halloween. It's a spooky sounds tape. Woo! This music is the equivalent of a spooky sounds tape that you play for your Halloween, when you walk people through your haunted house at Halloween, you play a spooky sounds tape. The Monster Mash. The Monster Mash. Ooh, the Monster Mash. How do I debate Jay Dyer? Nathan says for £2. You defend Halloween as bad boy rock. How's that? These are the bad boys. We already had a discussion, Nathan, and I had my fill. You refuted me so resoundingly that I'm scared to have that discussion again. Jake Burnett's $5. Question: what do you mean piety is an idol? How can piety be an idol? Explain that to me. Your own piety and how pious you think you are? Of course that could be an idol. How could it not? That's every Pharisee. JB Peltier, $2. There's nothing gayer than 50-year-old metalheads.
It's Halloween! I'm a Halloweenie! I will report you to the social justice warriors when you go against the system. I'm a Halloweenie!
All these dudes are all social justice warriors now. Seriously. All the punk bands. By the way, I never liked punk anyway. Now, why did I not like these bands? First of all, the vibe itself. Okay, punk doesn't sound good to me. I understand that you want to use music as a way to rebel. And I don't even care about that. Like, that's not even, okay, that doesn't bother me at all. And I will admit that some of the metal bands over the years have written songs that were good critiques of the new NWO, the system, the elites. That's true. It's not my favorite genre, but there have been some good critiques. I think, for example, Megadeth, as Lord Voldemort has pointed out, has written many songs against the NWO and critiquing the overall system. And I would imagine that Dave Mustaine and, you know, all those people were authentic in their critique, even if it wasn't, you know, super high tier. Ministry in high school, I listened to Ministry, and they have that New World Order song that everybody's heard a million times. Alex used to play it all the time. I don't hate all metal. It was just jokes. People don't even understand nowadays when you want to be just being silly and you start doing impressions and voices and you rant and clown on something like Halloween. That's just to have fun and have content to rant about. That's all it is, dude. But metalheads like, I got a fucking vendetta. I got a vendetta against you. They think it's like Con Lee, right? It's the vendetta in the ancient tongue, to use the terms of Pytor when he's speaking to Baron Harkonnen, right? It's a vendetta. It's the Harkonnens versus the Atreides. It's just something to joke about, dude. How could you not joke about this shit, dude? Look how corny this is. And did anyone think this aesthetic was like... I mean, in the 80s they did. Let's check this out. 80s metal band art. We've made fun of this before. Look at this. Oh, see. Now, some of these people, I guess, they take it as like, you're attacking my Aryan Wotan pagan heritage. You Jew, right? So we got Molly Hatchet with Thor over here. You got Pitiful Rain. What the hell is that? That looks like a John Carpenter creature over here smashing cell phones. All right, well, I kind of like that one, but it looks like a giant demon. Maybe that's making a statement. I don't know. Let's see this. Burn this town down. Look. First of all, not a very good artist. Seems a little destructive. Burn the whole town down. What? For metal? For Motley Crue? For Striper? I don't know if that's worth it. Sacrificing my whole town, burning it down for Wasp, for Cannibal Corpse. The trade-off just doesn't seem equal there. What is this one? Look at that one. That's great. You got a small Down syndrome boy who's into rock and roll basically being taken off by the Grim Reaper. Looks like it's drawn by a 4th grade Down syndrome boy. So, I don't know. Here we got Arnold. Arnold is destroying LA. That's fitting for today's discussion. We're going to talk about the LA riots a little bit because we all know this has to be an AstroTurf thing. And we all knew that this was coming too, right? We knew that the way the system would respond was going to be race riots, basically. AAA Killer 50 Sex, he says, I summon Dyer. Well, your ritual magic worked because I'm here. EA $2. What's up, player? Teach us how to spit game. We're going to get to that in a moment. We're going to talk about some drip today. Oh, look at this boomer. He's using the terms of the Gen Z. We're going to talk about rizzing out your drip. Am I cool now as a boomer because I used rizzing out the drip? No caps. No caps. Like I give a shit about that. What else is going on? We got, look at that. Def Leppard covered 9/11 right there. Predicting 9/11. Look at that. Let's see. Heavy Metal Magazine. Now that tech chick there, that's all right. That one's not too bad. I don't mind fantasy. Like when fantasy like borders over into the metal stuff, it always got on my nerves. It's like, don't metal up my fantasy, dude. Boston, that's not really metal. Maybe they influenced that kind of math metal. Oh, and by the way, I do appreciate the skill set and the technique that metal dudes have. Look at this one. Pantera. But it looks like Napoleon Dynamite's Liger, basically. So there's a lot of metal dudes that are really, good at playing guitar, but I just don't like the sound. And also, it's sort of like, what are you so mad about? I mean, I get it. You're 17, you're mad because you're grounded or whatever. But, once you get to be like 25, 30, why are you so mad? Like, everything's pretty good when you're 25, 30, 35. Like, there's nothing to be that mad about. Oh, the system, fight the system. Okay, but is the system really affecting your small town that much? I mean, in my small town, it's pretty much the same as it was in the 90s. So the system hasn't really destroyed anything yet. Maybe down the road as things get more and more dystopia. But I mean, if you're 40 and you're acting like a freaking 17-year-old, it's sort of like, what are you mad about? What is there to be that mad about? Remember who's the Rage Against the Machine dude? Dude, that guy's like the biggest system sellout ever, right? And he's still playing the role of Raging Against the Machine. I always forget that, guys. I've actually seen Rage Against the Machine live, by the way. In case you're wondering why, it's my senior year. It was the U2 Pop Tour. And not that I cared about Rage Against the Machine. I had the first album. Everybody in the 90s had the first Rage Against the Machine album. But when they played in Memphis, they opened, believe it or not, for U2. Talk about two of the fakest ass sellout things ever. Like, Rage Against the Machine's opening for U2. And what was funny was like, all of the Rage Against the Machine fans showed up with their freaking Jinko jeans. Jinko jeans, man. Everybody's like the cuff at the foot was literally like brown, just stained brown, because these dudes would just wear them all the time. If it's raining, that shit gets just gunked up, gets stiff from so much funk, right? Just like bathroom funk, skanky girls house funk, like all the funk, concert funk, Lollapalooza, mud all over it. This would be like 1997. Ooh yeah, fight the man, dude. Communism, dude. It's so fake. What's that guy's name? I forget. He looks like a half black Napoleon Dynamite right there. Killing in the name of Napoleon of the Dynamite. Whoa. Tom Morello, that's his name. Tom Morello. Look at Tom Morello right there, looking like a half black Napoleon Dynamite. By the way, their shit sucks too, by the way. Wait a minute. Is that Tom Morello or is that somebody else? Is that
backstage with Lilith Fair. The Rolling Stones. Well, at least Oasis is on there. So Oasis gets some approval. Yeah, that's the guy, isn't it? I get them mixed up. So the guy with that annoying voice, Take Back the Power, Rage Against the Machine. This is such a fake ass. Like, this is the ultimate system trademarked controlled rebellion. It's so fake, dude. But when the album first came out in the 90s, everybody, it's so cool, dude. Rage Against the Machine, bro. Killing in the name of. All this activist music, though, it's just all so fake, man. Because every one of these people didn't even stand by their principles, right? I understand when you're young, you're going to be more liberal, you're going to be more edgy. But, like, all these people are still pretending that they're edgy people when the entire system props them up, promotes them, has made them into superstars. And I guarantee you, let's see what Tom Morello's net worth is, this fake-ass communist. Watch this. I mean, this stuff is usually... Oh, he's the guitar guy. Okay. It doesn't matter. 40 million estimated. Now, these sites are not always accurate, but it's probably around that. You know what I mean? He's given 130,000 to charity. To charity. 130,000 out of 40 million. That's some real communism right there, isn't it? Straight up communism. I don't trust these sites though. They're kind of like, one of these sites said I have $40 million. I'm like, shit. I wish. So I don't think that shit's accurate. Tom Morello net worth. Let's ask Grok. See what Grok thinks. Grok, what's that fake ass rock star worth there? Fighting the system. Fight the system. Fight the power. 40 million supposedly. Yeah, man, that's some straight up communism right there, dude. All these communists, though, especially all the like popular activist communist people, they're super fake. They're total narcissistic, just total psycho sociopath, just fake, dude, super fake. They're like the music version of Hot Topic, right? That's rebellion from the mall. Rebellion out of the shopping mall. Gainerzilla, $5. Give me the highest RIZZ pickup line. I'm trying to pick up a Funko Pop wife. Dude, see, I don't think pickup lines are kind of stupid. Unless you're ironically doing a pickup line, that could work. But just doing pickup lines is lame, dude. Thank you. A double espresso, please. You could come up with decent icebreakers, you know, if you're not used to starting conversations with people. But, you know, don't take yourself too seriously. Make it lighthearted if you got some kind of icebreaker. And go from there. All right, that usually works pretty good. Nick says for $5, Jinko jeans were so baggy that you could fit an entire Walkman and a Sega Genesis in the back pockets. Yes. There was a dude that made a funny video going around of that. Gen Z, $5. Half of the businesses in my small Wisconsin town have been bought out by the Indians, bought out by Oshos. Oshos have bought out the whole towns. Well, pretty soon you'll have a whole Rajneesh community. Remember, didn't they do that in Oregon? They just bought the whole town and took over. So maybe you can just become a what's the name of his cult? An Osho cult member, and then just go along to get along, dude. If I bring this up to people, they roll their eyes and change the conversation. Stuff is changing. Yes, this is unfortunate. So I don't have all the answers to every problem. But I know that if we had listened to the deep, profound messages of Tom Morello and Rage Against the Machine, then we would not have had these problems, right? Is this his house? Look at this. Communist lives in... Communist got a giant
giant booby wife, an ugly ass Frank Lloyd Wright, looks like a what you think is in LA, or a Miami mansion with luxury cars, but he's a communist. It's funny too, because the Gen Z, like all the hyper moral Gen Z people that are normies, that worship and are infested with liberalism and the mind virus in their mind, like they're all about some moral hypocrisy. I mean, the slightest bit of a moral contradiction, they go crazy over. But they don't seem to notice that their musical inspirations don't at all live according to socialism. Did you guys see when Parker was on, he had a giant Bernie Sanders poster behind him? I'm like, you know Bernie Sanders has like doesn't he have like multiple houses? Let's see what Grok says. What's Bernie Sanders' net worth? What is Bernie Sanders' net worth? 3 million. He bought a Vermont $500,000 house, now valued at 1 million. Some estimate 2.5. So 2.5 to $3 million. That's some committed socialism right there. Some committed socialism. Multi-million-dollar socialists. Interesting. Let's see. Who's another famous socialist that was out there pushing, as they say, champagne socialism? Pretty much anybody in the Democratic Party is more or less, right? I mean, the Democratic Party has basically become the Democratic Socialists of America party for the most part. I mean, they pretty much have melded. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's not true, right? I mean, that's just what Bernie Sanders' public houses are worth. I mean, Bernie Sanders probably got investments, you know what I mean? AOC, oh, that's a great one. Let's see what AOC is worth. Watch out. There's a lot. Thank you. Bernie, let's see, AOC net worth. Imagine being a poor dum-dum and thinking that these people represent you and are moral. Her net worth, give me a break, dude. $200,000. Ain't nobody believing AOC is worth $200,000. I don't believe that. Ain't no fucking way. You know she's got. And by the way, all these Democrats that hate Bitcoin and crypto, I guarantee you they've got stashed Bitcoin and crypto. Guarantee it. Elizabeth Warren, yeah, she's another one of these phonies. Let's see. I don't believe that. There ain't no way AOC's net worth is $200,000. Ain't no way. Let's see what Pocahontas worth. I bet you she's got Bitcoin too. She's out here trying to put 8 to 10 million to 12 million. Okay. I can believe that. Some sources claim she's worth 70 to 80 million. That sounds more like it. Okay. These lifelong senator rapscallions, you know they're worth at least 100 million. There's no other reason to be a senator other than to steal everybody's money through insider trading. Everybody knows this now. So you know Grok's off, dude. Grok is not telling it. Grok is fibbing. Grok is, the code of Grok has a Fibonacci sequence in it. I can tell you that. Ain't no way AOC is worth $200,000. I don't believe it. Who else believes that? Hell no, that ain't true. H. Brozzy, $5. Rage on behalf of the machine. Exactly. Nailed it right there. Ethan Lafferty. Dog, I don't know what I did. I mostly just retardedly meme at you. I followed you. I never talked shit about you. Yeah, you did. You talked shit today, dude. Just own up to it. Be like, yeah, I talk shit. Unblock me. And by the way, said people, you a pussy, Jay. You blocked him. You a pussy. I block the people that piety signal and get mad about that kind of shit. So when I saw Orthodox cross and him calling me out, I'm just like, ugh, can't stand those people. That's the worst. But maybe I'll unblock you now. Jewish Skeptic, $5. Salvation by free grace and free faith is the truth. I don't know what that means. The works angle is a good carrot and stick for Dharma. It's a lie. Hare Krishna. Well, if that was the case, then how come nobody had that gospel until, I guess, Luther, really? So basically, nobody knew the basics of what the faith was until Martin Luther. So the champagne socialists, shocker, are millionaires. Can you believe it? Multimillionaires. What do y'all think AOC's net worth really is? I bet she's probably worth 20 to 30 million. It sure as hell is not $200,000. We know that. Vincentius, £5. What do you think about your depiction in Grand Theft Auto 6 as Raul Batista? Well, I didn't know I was a Hispanic man, but I guess I'll take that if that's all I can get. Oh, hey, dude, when I had long hair a little while back, that's me, dude, for sure. Yeah, I'll take it. Could he play? Who the hell is that? You need me to play, dude. That looks just like me. If they're gonna make a movie, put me in it, not that dude. That dude don't look nothing like that dude on the right. Dude on the right looks like Morgan Wallen and me at once. But that would be whitewashing if they got a white dude to play Raul, even though the dude in the picture looks just like me. That's racist taking my imagery. They're taking my image. That's me. They ripped me off for this video game. So I should sue them for ripping me off. That's me, dude. What are you talking about? Taking my image and my likeness, making me into a Panamanian drug lord. I won't stand for it. $2 from Jub. What do you think about Gigi Allen? I actually think Gigi Allen was possessed. I mean, I'm not being mean. I'm being serious. Like, that dude had to be possessed. Somebody was asking about Gigi Allen the other day. I mean, this dude would get on stage and eat poop and cut himself. I mean, this dude just had problems. Whoa, dude. Look like Sam Hyde there. Looking like if Sam Hyde was a midget. This dude definitely embraced the trailer park aesthetic, though. I mean, he just went full out. Ugh. Oof. I didn't need to see that. Look like, yikes. Don't Google this dude's name. You get a bunch of gross stuff. Maybe his, the smallness of his member contributed to the contributed to his issues. Oh, yikes. Jewish Skeptic, $2. You have the N-word pass and a Latino pass. I kind of felt like I already had the Latino pass, though, because I do, hey, bro, you barely got a pass, man. You probably should call the police or something, because we got a white dude out here, and he pretty much talks like any cholo that's real, dude. But barely. He could barely talk like a cholo, but also probably get the police out here, because like, it might be illegal or whatever. And probably, maybe, like, they could take over LA. I don't know. Epstein Rope Company, $5. Would you like to see a collab with Nick? You're the only people in his league. It just depends on what we're talking about, what the context, the setting is. Nathan Slippy, Jim Bob uses the word bundle of sticks. Well, we're only a few years away from everything being freed up, I think. So even though the Metalheads And we had some other issue with my upcoming concert drama that, how shall I put it, suggests that left-minded people are still locking down on the arts, and we're not as free as we think. Put it that way. And it was Sam Tripoli. We were talking about Leonarda and her edgy comedy. And Tripoli was saying in about 5 years, the stuff that Leonarda talks about will be so everywhere, it won't be edgy anymore. That seems pretty likely. Now, I'm in a bit of a bind on that issue because I want to do stand-up, I guess. But the problem is, and we integrate, comedic stuff into our live events, but I feel like as soon as I start to do stand-up, I will be immediately in the situation that Leonardo is in, where you have to basically just schedule your own events and not tell anybody the venue because you get canceled. And especially after all the stuff I did on Piers Morgan, I feel like I'd immediately get canceled. Now, maybe not. Maybe it just depends on the venue. But the other thing is that to do stand-up, you have to do it all the time. And I don't know of any venues where you can do it all the time unless you just move to, New York, Austin, or LA, right? Is that it? I don't even know if you can do it in Nashville, and maybe Nashville. But the problem is that doesn't the left still control all the venues? So then it would be, I'd have to schedule my own venues, but that's what we already do. So it's a sort of a catch-22 that I'm not sure what the way out of it is. Yes, Sam schedules his own venues. Midlife crisis. Not a midlife crisis, bro. I'm doing all the stuff I want to do. What are you talking about? If it was a midlife crisis, I wouldn't be doing the things I like to do. What are you talking about? Yeah, see, doing stand-up is a grind. That's the thing. I feel like once you've got the FU money, right, the purpose of it is to then do what you want to do. So I don't know how that's a midlife crisis. Like, I basically have done most of the things I set out to do. So how is it a crisis? I don't understand you calling it a crisis. We got a bunch of haters, right? Jay's out here balling and the haters can't stand it. Charlie Kirk Smile for $5 says, I just want to see Jay's feet pics. You don't need to see feet pics. I'll just show you my feet, dude. How's that? Look at that. And I don't know what's wrong with the Gen Z people. We're going to get to this in a minute. Here we got LA RIOTS and RIZZ. We got to get to this or we're never going to get anywhere. Why are you into feet, dude? There's nothing sexy about feet. I don't know what the problem is and where people came up with this. Feet are just for walking and for kicking soccer balls if you're gay. And for kicking footballs also if you're gay. What are feet for? That's about it. Feet are for feet rubs and stinking. Feet stink. That's about it. Feet get you from one point to another and they kick balls. And in my case, they kick ass. That's about it. I don't understand. Like, I think people are just going insane. The younger that you go on the from middle age down, people are going insane. And case in point, the Piers Morgan debate. Tell me those two boys ain't insane. Rare J lost. We got a bunch of nasty foot people. What is wrong with y'all people? I'm here trying to help you out. The only foot you should be carrying about is Allah's uncreated foot. That's the only foot, the God foot. There's no other foots that matter. By the way, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through super chats. And we're going to talk a little bit about RIZZ, and then we're going to open it up for debate because I still haven't figured out the right format. Because if I do individual videos, that doesn't make any money. But you guys will support me on the streams. But we got to talk about all these nerdy boys again. And the real problem in society, let's get to that first. Real problem in society that people think, it's not the stuff that people think. And this is my perspective. The J take. So this video, which is pretty good, made me think of this. We'll watch a little bit of this. This is the Legion of Men dude. He does a lot of reaction videos. And he got this Asian dude on here talking about the fake conservative influencer women. Not all of them. We've talked to a lot of them that I like, that I think are sincere, that are cool, that actually kind of live out their claims, right? So I'm not saying that it's always wrong for women to be speaking in the public sphere. Plus, it's not going to matter anyway because they're going to do it. So at least if we're going to have women, popping off in the public sphere, I don't know. At least we got, Rachel says good stuff. Candace sometimes. Brittany Sellner has always been cool. We've had good rapport. And I'm sure there's some other ones. I'm not trying to be rude to anybody. I just can't remember everybody off the top of my head. But a lot of these are fakes, or fakies, phonies, Pikmis, they're saying. They call them Pikmis. Not pygmies, Pikmis. And this dude is sounding off. This Asian man is sounding off on the Pikmis. He had some good points. And then I'm going to tell you what I think. What's the real problem in society? I listed 1, 2, 3, 4 things. And it's not what you think. It's not what you... Dasha is cool. We had a good rapport, good conversation. She doesn't bother me. The girls that put their boobs everywhere and oh, I'm conservative, look at my titties. I mean, everybody's kind of thinking that's fake. Come on. We know you're just trying to get paid. And is that any better than the OF girls? I mean, it's kind of faker than it's kind of faker than the OF girls.
Passport roll until I'll cover that one later. These videos are hilarious.
Welcome back to the light side of the internet. This video is about picking things. Picking flowers, picking noses, picking me, ice picks, ear picks, me picks, cherry picks, those picks. Okay, you get the idea.
First comment on the comedy of Gen Z. I like the wild, wacky stuff. I've always liked that. But it's all TikTok-y. You know what I mean? It's like 2 seconds, and every 2 seconds is a screen change and a transition. So it's like schizo-y, like no attention span. That's super annoying to me. That's why I still don't like TikTok. I'll put my shit on TikTok, but I don't like it. Maybe that's why I can't get over 10,000 views on a TikTok video, but still.
This video is about Pikmis. Conservative Pikmi girls confuse me. On one hand, they're clearly very talented in knowing how to build an online fan base, and also the subtle art of rage baiting. But on the other hand, they just say the quirkiest things sometimes.
I think it should be state by state.
Of sexual abuse. Okay, why?
That's fine. I think if everyone in a state wants something, go ahead and have it.
So if everyone in Alabama wanted slavery back, you'd be okay with that?
Sure. If everyone in the state wants it, go ahead.
Anyways, ever since the rise and fall of Pikmi Pearl, there has been a slew of content creators that are vying to take her place. And just like the sequels of Fast and Furious, every single one is doing their best to outdo the original.
The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what?
What the hell is this?
Look, besides the obvious rage bait, I just want to take some time to appreciate the absurdity of this statement. Like, you want men to control your body.
Are we forever going to be stuck in all of the editing choice styles of PewDiePie? It's like no one has ceased doing all of the video aesthetic style that PewDiePie did. And I watched a Mr. Beast thing talking about videos the other day, and he was basically saying the same thing, that like this is the only way to do it. Really? Do we have to? This is what we have to do? I guess if you want to appeal to a mass audience in the TikTok brain generation, like it's just got to be like schizo 0 level attention span. And then I realized we're cooked. And I'm saying that to be cool. Cooked. Because that's how boomers like myself appeal to young people to sound cool. You say cooked. No cap. Now, if you watch the new episode of the Sam Hyde show, which came out last night, I will say that I do appreciate the vibe and the aesthetic that Sam and all of his crew, the attention to detail and the style that they do it. It's a little bit of a quick transition stuff, which I guess appeals to the younger audiences. It's just mega edited. But I don't mind the way it's done with Sam Hyde show. I write for the Sam Hyde show, so that's part of the reason why I like it. But that aesthetic never has bothered me, because it's kind of still influenced, you know, by like the Tim and Eric era of YouTube and whatnot. But everyone just doing the same memeing and putting the meme in the video, and it's just like, to me, it's played out. But anyway, that's video aesthetics. Nothing to do with the overall point that this dude is making. I agree with the overall point of this dude in the video, but also he's kind of annoying too. Not the Legion of Men dude, the Asian dude. How dare you call him an Asian dude? That's racist.
Girl, I can't
even though he's an Asian dude.
Control my own body sometimes. Telling a man to control your body is like telling
fart jokes.
A dog to drive a car. It doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. And it's probably going to take a massive dump in the driver's seat. Plus, we did have a long period of time where men were in control of women's bodies. And we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. For example,
I mean, I think that was supposed to be funny, but all of the enlightened centrists, they're just as annoying as the left, in my view. And even Tim Pool, who was the enlightened centrist for like the last 8 years, has had to forcibly be more and more, well, I think he's always been on the right, but he's been forced to reveal more and more right-leaning perspectives, even though he still wants to play the centrist on a lot of issues. But I think what happens is people don't actually have a lot of ideological or worldview commitments. So they look at the trends and then they set up a brand or a channel based on where they think the trends are going or where the trends are. So maybe this Asian dude is trying to like corner the enlightened centrist market, which is, to me, is just as annoying as the left.
ADHD is grossly underdiagnosed in women because all the tests we have for ADHD are made for men. And even that...
somebody was making this point too about some other thing, and it was like,
the rates of retardation are skewed because it's only measuring male retardation, and we don't even know that the retardation of women is a totally different kind. It's a different vibe. So maybe there's more or less retardation amongst women. It's not measured correct.
It's like, well, why do we have to have gender specific everything? And by the way, if there's gender specific studies for drugs and for illnesses, doesn't that mean there's genders? Oops. Uh-oh.
And it took me, a man, well over 2 decades to get a proper diagnosis. So I ask you,
So, all the Gen Z think, by the way, if you noticed that all they talk about is trauma, right? Tristan was making fun of this last time he streamed before he unofficially retired, even though I try to bring him out of retirement like every 6 months, and he'll do one stream and then retire again. He's like Cher. Do you believe in life after Tristan? I can hear the thing inside me say, Tristan, I think you're really gay. Anyway.
Pikmi woman that I'm about to introduce to you all. Would you still trust a man with your body? Because I barely trust him with mine. All this to say, let's not forget who the real problem is. It's guys like this.
This guy's trying to be like that. Who's that Asian stand-up dude? Who's like the most popular Asian stand-up guy? He's kind of funny. I've heard a couple of his jokes make me laugh. Top Asian stand-up. That's so racist, bro, that you call them all Asian, even though they're from a place that was universally called Asia a long time ago. That's so racist, bro. Even though you can search top Asian stand-up. Who's that one dude? This guy right here. Ronnie Chang.
We try not to talk about politics.
This guy. This guy trying to be like that guy.
Giving birth is the only time a woman comes close to understanding what it's like when a man has a common goal. Okay?
Are you well?
Yeah. But that's not
Okay.
what we're talking about today. This is Emily Wilson, an alt-right.
By the way, alt-right? That doesn't even exist, dude. What are you talking about? So the left and the centrists are still using the terminology from like 10 to 15 years ago of like aged and dead politics to try to smear or to try to make it sound bad if you have any dissident right views. The alt-right. Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer's like a Democrat now? What are you talking about? The alt-right. That's such a joke. And like the boomers will still, like the left boomers, even in the Orthodox world, they still use this terminology of the alt-right. That's like, you mean a failed political project from 10, 15 years ago? What are you talking about? And so the only reason this chick is popular, he's arguing, is because she's grifting and saying that she's, and that could be, I don't know, I think I followed this chick years ago, but I've not really seen any of her stuff, so I don't know if she's actually funny. I thought she was trying to be funny, but maybe she's trying to be like an actual right-wing voice, right? So she wanted to get on Fox News, because I guess if you're a blonde chick that's right-wing, that's your goal. But that's legacy. I don't know. You know what? There's just such a divide between generations, right? Like, you've got boomers on Fox still, and CNN, NBC. Those are the people who are completely just zombies. They're gone, dude. You got all of us from Gen X to Millennial, and we are on Twitter and YouTube, maybe Instagram. And then you've got Gen Z that's all TikTok brain. And everybody's developing their own language and memes and niche, except for boomers on the memes. Except boomers are still doing, like a boomer meme, they're still doing like Israel flag memes with the Lion of Tribe of Judah, right? Like boomer memes are like the eagle, where the eagle's staring you down, you know? And there's like a, this is a boomer version of memes, right? You touch Israel, you're touching my body parts, son. Touching Israel's like touching my privates. You gonna regret it, mother. Right? This is the Lion of the Tribe of Judah right there. This is boomer memes right here. Memeing? You mean when you put the flag out front? Hell yeah. A lion with an eagle, dude. The eagle staring at you. Eagle staring mean. That's the boom. This is it. Bald eagle farts. Smells like freedom to me. You were saying? Let's talk freedom. Yeah, eagle memes is like the extent of what a boomer. But these are all making fun of the boomer eagle meme. The only one I like that was making fun of that was like the eagle meme about gas. No, it's like the one about bombing other countries. That one was pretty good. These all suck. But this is like the extent of boomer memeing, right? Israel flags, lions of Judah, and eagles. That's it, dude. That's what they think a meme is. But then, conversely, Gen Z, when they make a damn video, half of the video is talking in just annoying meme speak. Like, watch this dude's video is just going to be like a series of sticking the latest popular meme in, and it gets old, dude. It's not creative. It's kind of lazy.
Anti-woke influencers whose job it is to post their frequent crash outs onto TikTok.
They're saying like all the college kids, boys, men, whatever they are trending conservative, and I'm like, yeah, duh. The left is so insane at this point that like if you're a dude, especially if you are a straight dude,
like the word crash out. Have you noticed that this is also super annoying? One person uses a term from Gen Z, and then everyone starts using the term. Now, it's always been the case that slang kind of originates from a younger crowd of people. But having a meltdown has been replaced by crashing out. And now everyone says crash out, crash out, crash out, crash out. And this isn't even a crash out. This is just her ranting on her TikTok to get attention. It's not, how is that? That's not a meltdown. A meltdown is like, you know, not so erudite, shaking and losing it and gyrating and doing nasty sex actions with her hand. That's a crash out. That's a meltdown. But what's annoying is that there's a feedback loop where somebody uses a term and then it just becomes repeated by everyone as if they're saying something unique or clever. And you're just acting like a hive mind. That's the weird part.
and put yourself in that category, like you're like insane. It's like not only is it like
it's like
It looks like there's a flag on the play. Jim, let's check out the replay.
So with everyone in that.
Not funny. Like this Asian dude trying to be funny is getting really annoying.
Alabama wanted slavery back. You'd be okay with that?
Sure. If everyone in the state wants it, go ahead.
And here comes a referee.
Oh boy.
We have determined that it is indeed cringe to think that states should bring back slavery. The player will be ejected from the game expeditiously.
It's like, imagine being a man and being like, yeah, I'm a Democrat. It's like literally the most like...
Come on, dude. That's rock content. That's TikTok brain rock content to amass a huge following because you're traditionally, whatever cool, what's considered, what do they say? Conventionally attractive. And so you got mega thirsty simps because 40% of men are not fucking out.
This is where this dude makes a good point here, right? This chick, now the Asian dude overall is the right point. It's just I think his video is not, it sucks. It's annoying. It's not funny. And then the Legion of Men channel, this point is where we're getting to our main point, which is the 4 major problems that I have identified in society to help you all out. But and this is my position is presuppositionally absolute and accurate. You can trust with certitude, epistemic certification that I know what I'm talking about. And you're going to see that what I'm saying is correct. Nobody else has my take, by the way. Nobody else is identifying these major problems. Maybe a couple people. People in our sphere, but nobody out there in the rest of the talking head, gibbering, yapping sphere is actually saying what I'm saying for the most part. But first of all, yes, these conservative influencer women, most of whom are fakes for the most part. Now, there are some shining gems, as we said, shout out to Rachel. People that are authentic, that really do believe their positions. Brittany Sellner's always been authentic and cool. I'm sure there's a few more, I just can't remember who. Anyway, but for the most part, like this chick, I don't get that she really knows what she's talking about. It's just, let me step into this space. What's the trend? The trend is towards conservatives. Women are trending crazy left. Guys are trending far right. I'm going to step in as a attractive 25-year-old, and all of these simp beta dudes are going to fall head over heels and follow me. And that's what happens for the most part. I don't care if you follow good looking chicks on the internet. I'm not bitching about you like her takes or whatever, you think she's funny. I don't care. But I'm just saying, for the most part, if you've got people with not really much to say, just repeating other things that other people say, and a lot of influencers, shocker, are doing this. In fact, for example, Leonardo has caught multiple influencers and normie people stealing her jokes, and I believe it. They just steal the joke and reword it to be a little more watered down and not so edgy, and then pass it off as their hot takes. And because the internet is so overpopulated with influencer, opinion maker idiots yapping, nobody even knows, right? If you got an influencer with 10 million followers just stealing a bunch of content and jokes and ideas from people that are like 2,000 followers, nobody's ever going to know. But I think what I'm getting out of all this is more and more and more, it's becoming evident that all of this shit is fake. Like, a lot of these influencers, a lot of these people are not just grifters. It's like a lot of this stuff is astroturfed and paid for. And I saw, actually, ironically, a TikTok video, and the guy was talking about how, I'll never find it, but I think I shared it, maybe, I don't remember, but there was a TikTok dude saying a lot of these influencers that you think are just sitting on their bed and influencing, it's actually created by studios pushing various ideas and agendas. And I believe that. It's not authentic. It's not grassroots organic stuff. It's just fake, made to look like it. And people are buying into it. But these kinds of chicks are cunning enough to figure out that all the young dudes are going to come listen to her. Number one, because they're horny and think she looks good. And she can gain a giant audience from being a trad chick. And the more I've thought about this, it's like, that is going on. People are not as authentic in most cases. Probably, let me put it this way. Probably far more of a percentage of people are inauthentic than you would think, and that I would think. Like, I would have thought that if you took any random 10 conservative influencer chicks, maybe 10 years ago I would have thought, I don't know, maybe 7 out of 10 are authentic. Nowadays, I'm going to say it's probably more like 2 or 3 out of 10 are authentic, and the other ones are just grifters. And I know that even the term grifter is way overused. But, dude, nowadays, because everybody wants to be an internet influencer and an internet star, there's a glut, an overpopulation problem. We got to bring in some Malthusianism for the internet sphere. We got to depop the internet voices because there's too much idiocy running rampant
all today. 30% are like virgins. 60% haven't touched pussy in like the last year. Some shit like that. The statistics are like out of control. Women like this and all the other women on Tinder and dating apps are only fucking the top 5% guys. So there's a massive drought out there. They're having less sex because of that, as far as their generation goes. And so, yeah, if you're even remotely attractive as a woman, you make this kind of content, you say the stupid shit like if you're even like remotely Democrat, like you're cringe. Like, oh, are you like a straight man? Or Dude. And then the guys that are coming up, you know, of that generation or younger, seeing this, like, yes, Queen, she's so based. Yes, of all the languages, she chose to speak facts. Ugh. I see that shit in the comment section. I'm just looking down at you as a millennial going, fuck, you are weak. You know, like M. Bison crossed fucking hands like this, just looking down like a stank face.
We're getting
I'm
to,
like, oh.
There's another point in this video. So he's just ranting about this chick, but I want to specifically get to this point about how we got to this state and what's going on that no one else is talking about.
Gen Xers, millennials, Gillennials, or whatever they call them, the ones in between. Imagine what it's like for these, the absolute youngest of them. Fuck. It's like simultaneously shit on a whole generation of people. Oops. Not saying everybody. Some of you guys are based, mega based. But you have a problem if you can't spot this as brain rot shit with, you know, two brain cells hardly rubbing together, giving you no information whatsoever. Just saying.
Like, feminine, embarrassing thing you could do.
All right, I have a litmus test, boys. If you follow a female influencer, right, talking head, whatever the fuck, does she have a ring on her finger?
This is actually a good point, right? So we should look for, everyone wants there to be authenticity, they claim. Okay, well, are these female influencers actually doing what they claim? Are they moms? Are they married? Are they pushing for those kinds of things? Or are they Megyn Kellys and Tomi Lahrens? Like, lawyer boss bitches, you know what I mean?
Yes or no? Does she cook for her family? Yes or no? Does she have children? Yes or no? What's her Instagram looking like? What's her social media like? Is it all about family? Does she got her family there? Okay. And if she were to get in a controversial space like this, talking about politics, which is not very feminine anyways, but okay, fine. Does she relate it to strong family values? If she's Christian, Christianity, you know, a family under God, listening to your husband, submitting. Does she talk about rearing children and children's place in society and children's need for protection, right? And their rights, and how society should build a forward-thinking society for children, the next generations, and shit like that, right? They should have a sort of a feminine, motherly lens on all their takes when it comes to politics and all that shit. That's your litmus test. If you find one of those, send the email my way with a video. I'd love to cover that. Otherwise, it's a grift.
This basic point is correct. Now, what's the standard way of approaching this guy, the Bow guy, the Legion of Men guy's take on the Asian guy's video here? Most people watch this and they're immediately going to go, he said a cuss word, and so I'm not going to listen to what he said. Well, this guy does he have a wife? Because he's a hypocrite if he doesn't have a wife. This reminds me of one of the two Skittles men in the Piers debate, right? Where he said something like, Piers, have you experienced bullying? You aren't gay, so you don't know. You can't experience it. You don't know my experience. So pure subjectivism that the only person that can speak to something, to some issue, is a person who is that, which is totally false. I'm not Chinese. I've not been in China. I can say that this would probably be good for the nation of China to be a prospering people. I don't have to be Chinese to make a statement like this. This is so crazy. Like, these leftists are so narcissistic, and they think that they are God. They have a God delusion. And that came out in that debate. That was the biggest thing that came out in the debate, was their delusion that they dictate all morals and reality. That's what came out of that debate. That's the crazy part. So likewise, this younger generation is super self-worshipping and self-willed and narcissistic and becoming psychotic and sociopathic and Skittles. Not totally it's not all their fault because a lot of this dystopia was set up on purpose. But regardless, you're still, like, even if you're in a dystopia, you still got to fight your way out of it. Like, whining and bitching all day is not going to get you out of it. We're coming to a major point here. Just give me a second. I think I got too many windows open.
Because I'll be in liberal hell. There are a few occasions where Emily gets so close to making the right assumption and is about to spit actual bars until she just ends attack on people who happen to be conservative. This video is an attack on people who spew rhetoric like this.
Funny because as a female, like, look at the females compared to in right-wing politics compared to like left-wing, and like not only like in shape, super attractive, dressed well. And then also, we have to, like, actually be smart and know our shit because we're getting attacked 24/7. And then I'm just like, look at women on the left. Dear God. I mean...
I actually agree with this basic point that when you look at the left, they're goblins, dude. Look at the two dudes debating me and Andrew. I mean, like, the dude was literally authentically doing soy face. He wasn't inauthentically doing soy face. It was authentic. Dude has no testosterone, no masculinity at all whatsoever. By the way, he could benefit from Choq.com, the show sponsor. Head on over to CHOQ.com. Get a hold of that Tomcat Ali and boost that testosterone. Somebody needs to mail Choq, if you're listening, Seaton, you need to mail those two males in the mail about a pound of Tomcat Ali. Just give them a damn brick of it and let them just huff it. Let them just freebase it, whatever that even means. I don't know that. I know that the crackheads use the term freebasing. I don't even know what that is, but just let them do it if that's what gets it in their bloodstream quicker. They need it. By the way, physiognomy is real. That's the point here. The left look like goblins because they're goblins. Because they are. And I think also that's why the left is so intent on denying reality. Saying that men can be women, women can be men. I can identify as a squirrel and an attack helicopter, all of that. Because they have to divorce themselves from reality. Because they're at war with reality. That's why. So the entire left position is based on lies, period.
What country do you want to live in, just visually, at this point?
Hold for vibe check.
You got to be smart. Hold on. We just got to be smart.
Dude, this Asian dude trying to be funny is driving me crazy. It's not funny.
And we got to know our shit and, like, on point because we get attacked by, bull nose ring, blue-haired cave trolls. And, like, they're coming after us, and you have a single video of cooking a meal from scratch. Can you fucking knead some bread and make it from...
Now, this is a good point. Even though what Emily Saves America said is correct, why should we think that you're authentically a conservative influencer? Maybe you are. Maybe she is. But the point still stands that, dude, anybody can just be and say anything on the internet. And maybe the Gen Z growing up on the internet has made them think the internet is reality. So I can identify on the internet as Pepe. I am Pepe. I am a gay frog. And yes, I know Pepe's not a gay frog. I'm making a joke. I'm being silly.
Scratch? I want some sourdough. Can you do that? Do you even know how to do that? Can you make your own pasta at home? Can you make your own sauces at home? Can you turn a house into a home at all? Other than literally doing what the brain rot leftists are doing, which is putting a phone in your face and talking into it, saying like 10 fucking thousand times without even completing the first sentence. It's also tiring.
The vibe is so on. Women on the right have it so hard because we're so hot and beautiful and sexy. And women on the left are stinky, gross, poopy, probably pee and poo in bed and
That's not funny, dude. Come on.
probably take a shower. Ew. Anyways, it's so hard being attacked all the time for being a conservative woman. I never thought this was a reaction I would have from a woman, but when she says female...
Funny, because as a female, like, look at the female.
How about you stop looking at females and start looking at the road? Because you are driving me up a wall.
Dude, this comedy is just atrocious, bro. I'm convinced another thing that's going on, and I didn't even include this in my major list of what the real problems are. One of it's just people are uneducated, right? I mean, I know that's an easy one, and that seems like an obvious one. But I think even to do comedy well, it requires being not just intelligent, but number one, I think really smart and being very well educated. I think to be a good comedian, a good writer, I'm not saying I am, I don't know. You can judge that, but like I was watching It's Always Sunny, and I think the writers are really intelligent. They're also very well educated. For example, they're able to bring into the show complex philosophical topics, complex literary topics, even philosophy, even like physics, and all kinds of realms and domains. They bring it into the show. They write it in a very clever way, and you can't do that unless you're well read and well educated. So I think being a good comedian requires that, from the writer perspective, right? I mean, you could conceivably have a good stand-up comedian who's not very well educated but has good writers. You could have something like that, right? Which technically would bypass what I'm saying, but for the most part, I think to be really good requires being well educated. And I think that a lot of the younger people, one of the trends that I've noticed, FDA brought this up too, is that they think that being smart or being educated or being well read is the same thing as appearing to be so, because it's just like identifying as whatever you want on the internet. Like, if you can pass it off as that, or if you can give the appearance of that, then you are. And for example, in the Piers Morgan debate, a lot of people started calling out, I didn't even notice this, which I think it is true, but I wasn't looking for it, so I didn't really pay attention. I think Parker was reading ChatGPT, everybody was saying. And that's exactly what we saw Erudite doing too, right? Erudite was trying to do ChatGPT. And I remember I told you guys that when we first got into the Whatever studio, she was asking Brian if she can bring her laptop over there. And he's like, no. So she got nervous because now we know why. I mean, I was thinking at the time when he asked that, or when she asked that, and he said no, I'm like, this chick, surely she ain't so bold as to like want that. She wants her computer for ChatGPT openly. Surely she's not that bold. No, she was. That's exactly what she wanted. Looking back, right? So anyway, I'm getting sidetracked on the comedy. I know that's not the topic, but we are going to talk about this in a minute because I want to talk a little bit about the Sam Hyde episode, which I thought was great. It was really funny. If I remember, I think we were on the road, and I don't think I wrote on this one, which sucks because I have so much great material that we could do on black conspiracies. In fact, I just did a live stream the other day about black conspiracies that I thought came out pretty funny. But I may have written some on this one. I honestly don't recall. But I think we were on the road doing all those podcasts, Hodge Twins, whatever, Tripoli. We were doing all those podcasts, and I don't think I got a chance to write on the new Black Conspiracies episode. I might have, and I just don't recall. But there is one episode that I missed, and I think it was that one. But the next one's going to be a bomb too. A bomb in the good sense, like bomb biggity good. But I did write on that one. But I may have not written on this one. I don't think. It's hard to remember. But Jub, $2. No, we did that one. Excuse me. I got to catch up on a couple super chats. We're almost done with this video, and then we're going to do a little bit more RIZZ to help you guys out. I got 2 major points. It's so easy for me to do just stream of consciousness. That's the funnest thing for me. I love getting distracted. Like when we had the whole car stream the other night, I had a blast talking about cars. It's so refreshing to talk about something that we've never talked about. It's a lot of fun. So, oh, dude, I could have gone into Yakub. In fact, when I was on PGL, dude, half of the show was talking about Black conspiracies. We talked about the Boule Society. We talked about Organic Like Us. One of the funniest TikTokers. We got that other dude on Instagram that's hilarious. That black dude I can't even impersonate him. I'll get canceled. But he's funny as hell. He's serious. But Suddy Steele, $2. How do you square Austrian economics and theism? Well, I don't ascribe to everything in Austrian economics. I think they're a great place to start learning economics. But it's not the totality of my worldview on economics. Economics is super complicated because there's the theory and the discipline of economics, and then there's personal life and making money and being successful in that way. And that's two different, I mean, they relate to each other. Bitcoin comes out of the ethos of Austrian economics, so, but they're not identical, and it's just a whole boring ass. Like, if I start talking about economics, dude, we have 1,500, we had 1,700 in here a minute ago. If I start talking about economics, bro, it's going to drop down to 500 people because everybody wants to be dumb and poor. So maybe I just say I don't have to square Austrian economics and theism. How's that? Eric Vigilant, $5. Can you expand on the writing process for Sam's latest episode? Do you collab with Ryan Rivera? Yes. So it's me, Ryan, Mindless. For a couple episodes, there were a couple other people that chimed in. So basically, we kind of come up with topics. I don't usually set the entire topic. I think Mindless and Ryan pick or just Sam. Like, I think we're going to do sports. I think Sam picked that one. And then we just kind of come up with topics related to that in terms of segments or whatever. And a lot of the ranty parts are stuff that I contribute to. So I would say, like, certain episodes I contributed a lot more to just because I had a lot more to say, which is why I really hated that I missed out on writing for the Black Conspiracies episode, because it came out really funny, I thought. And I might have contributed a little bit, I don't remember. But the next episode, I contributed a lot to. And I might try to throw in a lot more if I can, because there's a lot to say on sports. You want me to rant on sports? Bro, y'all have heard me ranting on sports on this channel a lot. I can rant on sports. I can rant on movies. I can rant on shitty music. I can rant on IPA bros, beer. But one of the things too is Sam really hates sports betting. And so I think that was one of the motivators as to why he wanted to do sports hole. So I think that one will be pretty funny. There were so many funny Black conspiracy theories that I could have contributed to, and I missed out on most of that. Anyway, I contributed a pretty significant section to Dear Elon. I contributed a pretty significant section to Dear Vivek. Pretty significant section to Hagakure, the Moist Thinkers episode. And then Dancing Israelis, I had decent amount contributed to that. I think I missed out on a lot of the Black conspiracies. Sports will be next. I did a lot on that. Oh wait, there's another episode too. Boomers, I think we did Boomers. So I think not everything not everything that has been filmed has come out yet. I think there's a couple that are already complete, and I think he tried to lock those in before they were doing the MDE premieres. Because if you don't know, World Peace 2 has premiered. It is premiering right now in New York, LA, Austin, and I think they added another location. So that's all premiering right now. Let's see. I think there's still time to go to the LA premiere. They tried to get me to get Alex on there, and I texted Alex, and then Alex texted back, but didn't say anything about the event. So I was like, but I mean, it's really hard to get Alex Jones to come to an event. It's got to be like super important, because he doesn't even go to Trump events. Like, he just doesn't go to any events. So they were trying to get me to get Alex to go to the
that food coming ain't seasoned right. I might have to go back in that kitchen and bust a few chefs' heads together. You know what I'm saying? Knock a nigga out. Where's my shit spicy nigga? Open your legs.
Oh, hey, Alex, next time we get a fucking actor, can we not get one that has his fucking brain scrambled?
Better have something better than hot dogs at the prom, otherwise there's gonna be a school shooting.
Welcome back! Alright, welcome back! Allow me to introduce you to a little top secret something.
So let's see, where's the premieres are? It might be sold out. I don't know if there's still there might not be tickets still for the live. Here we go. Live premieres. Yes. So there's still tickets for New York. There's tickets for Austin, and one spot for tickets in LA. So here we go. I'll give you guys this. And if you do plan to go, you might want to get the tickets, because I'm sure this is all going to sell out pretty quick. Although I think they have added a couple dates. But there is the ticket. See, I think you guys are right that this Mac is getting too slow. I think that's what's going on. I mean, at least when if I get a new Mac, I'll know for sure, because then I'll know that. There you go. There's the link right there for tickets for the premieres if you guys want to go to LA, Austin, and New York. Anyway, I'm getting way distracted. Let's get back over here to finish this. We're almost done with this. This is the last point right here.
And hopefully, this little clip says a lot about the values and priorities of this breed of pick-me girl. The only thing that is important to them is looks. It's one thing to have conservative values, but it's a whole other thing to put people down who don't agree with you in the most vapid and superficial way possible. And you know that people who are actually confident in how they look would never even think about putting other people down. I spent like an hour trying to think of a skit to put here, but I'm pretty sure if you watch any Dar Man video, you'll get the gist. And the other funny part is, they're just straight up wrong. How on earth can you say that about Beyonce or Olivia Rodrigo or Julia Roberts? In fact, my only regret in life is that I will never have a chance with Chappell Roan. You can take me hot to go.
Ugh. Now we see what's wrong with this Asian dude. The reason you're not funny is that your taste is off. Dude, that chick is not good looking at all. Ugh. I do think everybody talks about her having a gigantic booty, which, I mean, if you don't look good, who cares? But isn't she now a gay icon? This is all social engineering too, but she looks like a TRANZ dude, a trans dude. What? This Asian dude is revealing too much here. Saying that he's in love with this chick. Ugh. Let's see what she looks better without all this trans makeup on, right? And didn't this chick just come out as a LGBTQ IPA LGBTQ IPA plus Iron Maiden Eddie gay icon? Let's see what she... Ugh. That looks like a drag performer, dude. What the heck? Ugh. Oh, this is my tribute to Japanese kabuki dancer theater. This is for all the oppressed kabuki dancers. I mean, Sabrina Carpenter's about 10 times prettier than this chick. This chick does not look good. Barf, dude. Looks like RuPaul. What are you talking about?
I will never have a chance with Chapel Rowan. I might have a chance with RuPaul.
Because I'll be in liberal hell. There are a few occasions where Emily gets so close to making the right assumption and is about to spit actual bars until she just ends up feeding this constant cycle of left versus right.
I see so many women on TikTok, of course they're like liberal, complaining like, oh my god, dating's so hard in the city, all men are trash, all men are garbage, blah blah. It's like, do you think if you've been dating and you're in your late 30s and every man has had an issue with you or not wanting you, do you think at some point the common denominator might be you?
Look, I mean, she has a point here. If you're perpetually ending up in relationships that don't work out, the problem is probably you. Just like how if you feel like you're constantly being attacked, it's probably because you're constantly being...
And this dude with the damn fart sound is just... he's gone crazy with this. This is like the 10th fart sound in his video. And I don't mind a fart joke. I don't mind a fart sound. But like, scale it back, bro. 1. And Asian dudes don't even fart. Did y'all know that? A China man doesn't fart. South Korean man, maybe. North Korean man? No. Too close to China. Japanese man? We don't know. There's not been any studies. They've only studied the women. So we don't know whether Japanese men fart or not. So, look, I'm not against it, but scale it back, dog.
Massive asshole. I don't know. Just a theory. But why is this a liberal versus conservative issue? I feel like this is more of a bipartisan issue. Just because you're conservative doesn't mean you won't have commitment issues and won't have trouble finding a partner. Just like because I'm liberal doesn't...
I'm gonna make a video parodying Gen Z comedy videos. And it's gonna be just like this with totally nonsensical memes that are everywhere that don't relate to it. That's my idea, to parody this style of comedy video.
Mean that I can only date liberal, late 30s, 6-foot-tall goth chicks with tattoos and colored hair who will let me be Little Spoon. It definitely doesn't mean that. Definitely not. Stop making this a partisan issue. And do you know what else isn't a partisan issue? Today's sponsor.
Even the red pill dude that has this Legion of Men channel didn't think that one was funny. This dude's like he's like the archetype of the I was in the military kind of guy and I don't give a shit. Dragode the Passport King, $10. Jay, what are your thoughts on animism? Animism? You mean like paganism? Dude, I'm sorry, but like rocks don't have spirits, bro. I hate to break it to you. Those haunted dolls, they don't have spirits. Annabelle does not have an animating spirit inside of her. I'm sorry, Dragod. I found Christian animus in Asia. Thanks for the work that you do. Well, that would just be a kind of a syncretism, right? I mean, every religion can have a syncretism. If you go to, Islamic countries and you find Sufis have syncretized elements. If you go to, South America, you're going to find Santeria. You know what I mean? You're gonna be talking to a big booty Latina because you're the passport king, and you're gonna find out, I into Santeria. I believe in calling on a Mary, but also the devil at the same time, because why not hedge my bets, bro? You're gonna be talking to a syncretistic big booty Latina. Doy Jewel, $20. Glory to God. On the name of the Asian YouTuber. Please challenge the D-bag Johnny Chang. That can't be a real name. Johnny Chang? Dude, that's a villain from a video game. Johnny Chang. Right? That's too close to Johnny Cage. Johnny Cage. Fight. Johnny Cage. Johnny Chang? What is he? He's a heretic. He's a new believer. He's going to be like, by the way, we're done with this video. Johnny Chang. Dude, that's the fakest name ever. This guy? Oh my gosh. How come all these people think that they're all trying to look like, who's Wiccaface's buddy that died? Absolute and doubt. Everybody's trying to look like that dude. With all the stupid ass neck tats. It's so stupid looking. Who's the... Lil Peep. That's right. So basically, Lil Peep set the stage for how all Zoomers will look. And it looks retorted. It looks stupid, dude. You look like an idiot. Oh, and Post Malone. I forgot. Post Malone and Lil Peep with this. By the way, I made the joke 10 years ago that it looks like a high school desk that everybody in detention wrote on. That's what your face looks like. And I saw a comedian the other day making that joke. Like, that's from my stream 10 years ago. Aldor Bana, 2 pounds. Are you sure that it wasn't your table leg fart fallacy? I can try to recreate that. The thing is, I got a metal bar, and I got to put my direct skin foot on the bar for a minute and let it get nice and hot and sweaty. And then when you scoot down, it makes a perfect fart sound. None of your business, $20. I argued against a guy who says that he doesn't have any account for metaphysics. He's a naturalist empiricist. Exactly. They will never have an account for it. They don't believe you need to have any accounts. It's just whatever. I told him that he wouldn't be able to justify any normative claims. Correct. Have you encountered people like this? Yeah. Like almost everybody in academia for the last 25 years. Yes. Death Culture, $5. Check out George Droid for peak Yakubian comedy. Does that mean that he makes Yakub joke? He has a Yakub routine? Or do you mean he's just a black dude? Or do you mean he's a Yakubian, like he actually believes in Yakub? I hope that's what we're looking for black conspiracies. Oh, you're talking about George Floyd, George Droid.
George Droid, welcome to Mars. You need to find the defense cache and retrieve its contents. Good luck.
Roger that. I'm decoding the coordinates via my nigga link. Bingo! I found the fucking fence stash.
Perfect. Good fucking job, Agent Droid. Extraction is inbound. ETA, 30 seconds.
I mean, the thing is, this might be AI. That's the only thing about this. Like, is it, I mean, it kind of looks like it's AI. I don't know. What do y'all think? Chris, 1352. Why wasn't this streamed last night? Why wasn't what streamed last night? What I'm talking about today? Because I just didn't stream last night? I don't know what you're looking for. I don't know what kind of answer you want, Chris. A new dishwasher and sandwich maker dropped at my parish. I need some RIZZ. Oh, you mean how to RIZZ as a theology nerd who's never asked a girl that. I see what you're saying. Well, we haven't even got to the RIZZ part yet. Well, we got a little bit of it. So, main point before we get to RIZZ tip number 1 today is we're going to come over here. We got to talk about the LA riots. We haven't even got to that yet. So I think what's going on, the thing everybody's missing is that why is society going to hell? It's a lot of things, but some of the overlooked things are that the whole society has been constructed around qualities that are classically feminine qualities. Safety, security, convenience, and equality in feeling, right? That's 4 or 5. The whole society is constructed around those things. And that is a disaster for a society. You cannot make all society conform to qualities that are in themselves useful for motherhood and being nurturing, and try to make the super state and the cathedral religion of the society essentially female qualities or feminine qualities. Because it can't function. Because it's not how systems function. There's a role that the nurturing qualities play for the rearing of children, for balancing out masculine qualities within the household. But they cannot be the highest qualities and virtues of a society because, by the way, the society that goes in that direction actually moves away from a virtue ethic and necessarily ends up in a utilitarian and hedonistic ethic. That's where we are. So the feminine qualities, which can be good for a family in certain settings, when they become totalized and universalized for the society, when masculinity and patriarchy become degraded and seen as evil, then you have to enforce and regulate the vices like sloth, ease and convenience, safety and security over truth, over risk and adventurism, convenience over hard work, over learning things and putting in the hard time to do it. That's where we are. A kind of cult that worships equality, that demonizes and punishes anyone that's not a believer in the cult and the enforced lies of radical equalitarianism, safety and security over risk and truth, cowardice over bravery and speaking out. Now, you have to be tactical when you're in the minority about how you speak out. Because when, say, the left in general is in power, you cannot speak out and act as freely as you might like. So it does require some tact. So tact is not the same thing as cowardice, by the way. For example, it would be foolhardy to fly over to Saudi Arabia and immediately start preaching Christianity in the streets. Why? Well, because you're not going to be allowed to even do it. So it's almost futile. Well, but wait a minute, the apostles preached the gospel in Acts and they were persecuted. Yeah. I mean, you have to have wisdom, though, for how and when it's even wise to choose to be persecuted. So being foolhardy is not the same thing as wisely choosing when is the right time to do that. Because in that case, for example, would it be brave to preach the gospel in a place where it is forbidden? Yes, it would be brave. But bravery is not the excess of foolhardiness. This is basic Aristotelian virtue, vice, ethics. Because it will not accomplish anything for me to fly to Saudi Arabia, start to talk for 1 minute, and then within 2 or 3 minutes, the authorities throw me in jail. It accomplishes nothing. I don't actually get the message out to anyone. I don't actually set up a church. I don't actually get anything going. It just puts me in jail. Kind of similar to like if I went to China and I just started immediately preaching on the streets and whatever. Like it wouldn't do anything. They just put you in jail right away. So I would argue that's more of a foolhardy endeavor. It's not really worth it. Your time and effort could be put into, let's say you were, commissioned by the church to actually preach, not just some rando dude. But I mean, you could reach people in China or Saudi Arabia through the internet in a much better way, or by debating Muslims and getting millions of views, versus flying to some place, preaching on the streets, and getting thrown in prison right away. Even though, yeah, it would still perhaps be a sacrifice for Christ. You could argue that. It would be brave, but it also might be foolhardy. That's a tough one, right? For example, there's one place in Acts, to give you an idea of this, that not many people, hardly anyone ever talks about this, but do you know there's a place where the apostles were about to go into, I think it's like Asia or Asia Minor or something, and the Spirit forbade them to do it. Why would the Spirit forbid them to go into a certain place to preach the gospel? Well, we don't know. There could be reasons why that people group was not ready for that. And so in God's infinite wisdom, he saw the hearts of the people over here versus over there. And so, right. So even the Holy Spirit in the book of Acts doesn't command them to go into every single place, you see. And especially when you're an evangelical, right? People are idiotic about this, and they have a zeal without knowledge. And so they think, it's better to just go preach fearlessly on the streets. Well, we don't even know that you are commissioned to do that. So, setting aside all that with the morality or the wisdom in preaching in Saudi Arabia or China. By the way, you may not know this, and I never knew this when I was an idiot evangelical, but now I understand this. One reason that, for example, China would throw you in jail is that they would think you're a spy. And I remember when I was an idiot evangelical, I didn't know anything about that kind of stuff, and I would think, oh, the atheist Chinese government, they're so evil persecuting Christians. Well, I do think they're evil, and they do persecute Christianity, but one of the reasons they do that is that the West has had a long history of recruiting and using missionaries as spies. British Empire did it. It's an ancient tactic and technique. So, although I do not agree with the atheist Chinese communist government, they are not foolish for assuming that Western missionaries could likely or probably are spies. That's just the reality of it. And evangelicals are such idiots and so ignorant, they have no knowledge of this. They don't even know. So, I already forgot about the Asian YouTuber. I'll have to go check out who Johnny Chang is. Johnny Cage. Johnny Chang. I feel like I'm playing Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat! Johnny Chang. Tribe Called Jake, $5. Seeing Jay watch a George Droid video was not on my bingo card for 2025. Let's frickin' go. Jonathan Kelly, $10. Jay, why do my Tinder matches stop responding to me even though I take precious time out of my day to explain to them why dispensationalism is a wicked heresy. I don't understand it. It's because you don't have enough experience in detailed refutations. That girl that you're messaging, she's waiting for you to source the Scofield Study Bible. She's waiting for you to source Tim LaHaye. She's waiting for the footnotes. Hello? From John Darby. She wants to see prophecy charts, not you with no RIZZ. That's the problem. That's why you're not getting any play. Start footnoting your DMs on Tinder and see if you don't start getting an influx of phone numbers and dates. So there you go. Now somebody messaged me on Twitter whining and complaining that I missed their super chat. And they said, give me my $10 back. I'm like, dude, I didn't intentionally miss your super chat. There's two different lists of super chats, and I happened to miss one of them. His question was, and I'm just joking around, y'all gotta toughen up. People get their feelings hurt when I make jokes. Toughen up, dude. Toughen up. You know, when you in the 90s and even into the 2000s, when you would go to a stand-up comedy event, pretty much any one of them, the comedian would make fun of you. It's called crowd work. All comedians did this. Many of them still do. Sam Tripoli just did a whole special that is crowd work. Crowd work means you get made fun of by the comedian. It was always understood if you went to a stand-up event, the comedian would very likely make fun of you, and that was part of the fun. Now, the people that are like 35 and under, this becomes an event, an excuse for them to figure out how to cancel people. It's crazy. And I know this is like old news, been going on for like the last 15 years, but you should be like, I want to be roasted. Let's put it, how about let's put it like that. Y'all think I'm soft because I block idiots. No, I'm blocking them because they're idiots. It's not because I'm soft. In fact, you can roast me. Look at my rebel tooth. I got a rebel tooth. I made a song about my rebel tooth. Roast me. Roast my tooth. I don't care. I mean, everything else is pretty much... I mean, I'm like freaking Christian Bale over here. I'm like straight up freaking American Psycho. I'm like a 9.5 on a 9 scale. Okay, on a 1 to 10, on a 1 to 9, I'm a 9.5. Come on. Now, I got RIZZ out the anus. Come on. We all know that. Look at those Aryan blue wolf eyes. ADL's getting mad right now. The ADL's report me just for my eyes because they're blue. Ladies know this is up here. This is in the 9.5s on a 1 to 5 scale. Come on now. Come on now. Let's be honest. Now let's help some of y'all out with your RIZZ, because you got this video popped up and I thought this is actually really good. I'm gonna help the boys out right here. We got a 91% male audience. We had 10% female, but 1% of them dropped off. It's okay. It's probably because if you got a 10, you got a man that's a 10 over here. The women, it's too much of a temptation. So they got to go somewhere else. I understand. I don't want to be a stumbling block, so I don't mind if y'all ladies have to dip out. But let's help the brothers out. Because I notice when I'm out in town, even when I'm in the big cities, I oftentimes do have a high amount of drip, complimenting my native RIZZ. But I notice I'm not always the best dressed. Every now and then a dude pops in. I'm like, damn, that dude's dripping. But a lot of times I do have a good bit of drip. I'll put it this way. I'm not the most dripped man, but on a lot of occasions, most occasions, I'm in the top 5% of dripped men. in general, when we're at the store. Now, sometimes you catch me and I'm underdressed, and that's my own failures, my own weakness, my own laziness. Oh, I gotta go to Walmart. I don't feel like putting nothing on, so I'm dressed in the hoodie and whatever. And who cares? Everybody does that. But if you're wearing your midnight Walmart trip hoodie and pajama pants, basketball pajama pants, shorts everywhere, you're never going to get a date, dude. So stop thinking like a fat nerd, a Funko Pop collector, and adjust to reality. Why are we doing that? Because it doesn't matter what you think it should be. You're acting like a leftist. It should be this way. Women shouldn't care about my appearance. It doesn't matter. Who cares what you think should be the case? Nobody does. So we got to stop dressing like a 12-year-old boy. And yes, I violated this rule the other day when we were on our trip, and the only shoes I had was Hey Dudes. But that's still better than what's those Bill Gates shoes he's always wearing? New Balances. Okay, that's better than having a New Balance on. The only time you can wear New Balance is if you happen to be a professional walker. Because I don't think joggers wear New Balance, right? But if you're some kind of a aged boomer entering into professional walking competitions, maybe in that case you're allowed to wear New Balance. But let's talk about some RIZZ. This was a good video about you need to dress age appropriate. And that doesn't mean that you can't have fun and flexibility. For example, I don't always dress with the suit or with the sport coat aesthetic, although I do like that a lot. I do it quite often. Ties are kind of out. I used to wear ties a lot, but I also was required at a certain job to wear a tie all the time, and I got tired of it. So, but maybe it's time to bring ties back. I don't know. We'll see. But like this shirt right here, we're just gonna talk a little bit about drip. Don't get mad. I know a lot of y'all, but listen, maybe a lot of y'all need to hear this because you got no drip, you got no RIZZ. That's what we're gonna help some boys out. So this shirt is eye catchy. It's the colors I like. It's the reflective lighting that we have in here is all violet purple lights. I like those colors. I like the Miami Vice aesthetic and vibe. Always have since the 80s. I was born back then. I grew up with that. I like it. I got sexy cop vibe right here. We all know it. I'm going to arrest you right now for violating dumb ideology laws that I put in place. You violated the Retard Act of 2025, established on the Piers Morgan Show by myself. You get 2 years of solitary confinement of only watching my videos. Number one, this one. Let's fix your RIZZ. You got no drip. Now, we got a lot of fans of Hey Dudes in the audience. Personally, I don't have a problem with Hey Dudes. I've got 3 pairs. They're very comfortable, but they're kind of getting a little too boomery now. Once the boomers get a hold of it, it's like, okay, they got the New Balances. Bill Gates is up there doing TED Talks in New Balance. Oh, I got New Balances. You got to get the numbers down. Right. This shirt, for example, is a designer shirt. Now, you don't have to buy designer shirts. If you can, though, it is useful to do so because a lot of times a designer shirt has better quality than what you get at the mall. And a lot of times, too, designer stuff is tailored better so it'll actually fit you. And that's one of the things that this video is going to talk about, actually having fitting clothes. And I didn't even notice this. We did a stream a while back about RIZZ that was pretty fun. And we were talking about like the top no-nos, like wearing freaking jerseys, dude. That's the worst. Fat dudes wearing jerseys is just, it irks me, right? Like Kevin Smith attire, right? Kevin Smith set the tone for white dudes for freaking 25 years. Because Kevin Smith from the 90s is dressed exactly the same when he was fat Kevin Smith to skinny Kevin Smith. Jorts and that stupid ass jersey that he is always in. This, dude. Embarrassment, bro. I call this IPA aesthetic. Because you got man boobs. You don't have a girlfriend or a wife. It's just garbage, dude. It's just the worst. And I think this video even mentioned that. That's what made me like this video. I was like, that's the point I made. Why are you dressing like a 90s Kevin Smith? Now, this is Kevin Smith now and in the 90s. The same. Look at this. What is that? That's not even a team. That's a damn cartoon. Shit, you might as well be wearing a damn Taz shirt from the 90s. Get a damn Looney Tunes shirt. With Bugs, right? Bugs and Taz. The kind of shit that the skanky chick in high school be wearing. Like the chick that slept with everybody. You know she's got a damn Taz shirt. Or a Tweety Bird shirt. What's that little Tweety Bird? Yeah, wearing this kind of stuff. The chick that's like the chick in 9th grade that has a baby. you know she's got a Tweety Bird shirt, right? The chick that went to high school as a mom, started high school as a mom, she got a Tweety Bird shirt. You know that, right? The one, and super bitchy too. It's like, you ain't got no place to be bitchy. You're a 9th grade mom. Why are you being a bitch like you all that? She'd be like, are you talking to me? I'm not just talking, I'm talking about white chicks. I'm not talking about black chicks. See, y'all were racist thinking I was talking about a single mom black. No, I'm talking about the white chicks in high school that was a 9th grade single mom with a Tweety Bird shirt and a damn Taz tattoo on her ankle. And perhaps also a dream catcher. Right? We all know these are markers. Red flags, avoid. Red flags telling you to avoid. Avoid the Noid. Speaking of the 80s and the 90s. But we can lay most of the blame on freaking Kevin Smith. Whether it's fat Kevin Smith or skinny Kevin Smith. His damn hockey jersey and jorts. The worst. I'm about to cry. This is so bad. I'm getting so upset right now at this aesthetic. I might actually cry at how horrible Kevin Smith's aesthetic that just set the tone for every fat white IPA dude for the last 25 years. And you know this is the ultimate white dude aesthetic too, right? This is the white dude aesthetic. I mean, at least black dudes throughout this time period had some fun with it. I don't like most of the black dude style. But I mean, what's worse? Black rap. Dude, I'll put it this way. What's better? Kevin Smith aesthetic with jorts and a damn hockey jersey, or I'm gonna have to say an 80s LL Cool J. That's a better drip. Dude, look at that. That's a better drip than Kevin Smith right there. Give me a Kangol hat, a Fila outfit. That's actually pretty dope right there. Even if you're a white dude. And a dookie chain, shit. That's cool as hell right there. That's 10 times cooler than Kevin Smith's fat hockey drip, which is no drip. Ice. There's so much no drip that the hockey rink froze his drip. Hence, no drip. Anyway. I mean, this is like Jamie Kennedy has this drip now. Jamie Kennedy now dresses like LL Cool J in 1985. Anyway, I'm just playing around, but I gotta say, man, there's just nothing worse than Kevin Smith look. And when I go out and in town and see people, and especially the domain of comic book nerds, and one of my best friends that passed away, rest in peace, Tommy. Unfortunately, Tommy had perpetual Kevin Smith drip, which is to say, no drip. I could never, ever, ever convince my buddy to stop dressing like this. And, you know, some dudes are just never going to care, right? Some dudes are just, I don't give a shit and I will never give a shit. Fair enough. You have accepted your fate, your doom. But at least if you're going to be out in public, right? It just makes me want to cry, dude. Now, as we pointed out previously, let's get to the video or else we're never going to get anywhere. I'm having too much fun today. This is fun. By the way, if you want to support the stream, you can do so by hitting like and share, and also super chatting through Streamlabs, or through, we will open it up to the religious quacks and loons in a moment. I'm talking about the Mormons and whoever else is waiting to yap. But we're gonna fix up our audience here. We're gonna have the smoothest, drippiest audience out there. We're gonna put everybody else to shame.
The way you dress now defines how people perceive you. It shows confidence, status, and self-respect.
This is a basic point that basically no one understands. When I had a job, for example, that forced me to wear a dress shirt and tie, you could do the sport coat if you wanted to. I noticed throughout that entire time period of, I think it was about a year I worked there, but I've had other jobs that made me dress up. Like, people will treat you different if you are dressed nice. They will automatically treat you different. And it doesn't matter if you don't care. I don't care. People shouldn't judge me on the externals. No, actually, externals do matter. We're not Gnostics. Externals aren't the most important, but they do matter. And that's something that a lot of people don't understand. They want to think that their own personal view is what everybody should have. And it doesn't matter, and they don't. They don't have that view. And women do care about appearances because they look and they see, okay, this tells me a lot about that person. Dudes don't typically care. Dudes could show up in whitey tighties with brown stains on them and a tank top, and nobody cares. Although that does sound a little gay. But outside of the gayness, like, a dude don't give a shit. Dude be like, yeah, whatever, man. You want to come? You coming over to play video games? You show up in brown stained whitey tighties and a tank top. Nobody cares. Again, assuming this is not some gay thing. But like, you show up like that to around a woman, ugh, they're hitting the road, dude. They're out the door. They're on the run. You're sexually harassing them. We're showing up in brown stained whitey tighties. Dudes don't give a shit. Okay. Dude thought is not girl thought on this. I learned this in high school. Apparently, no one else out there in the normie world has figured this out, because dudes dress like shit, man. Dudes dress like, I mean, worse than Kevin Smith. Dudes will be dressing like, I mean, this was the point that Idiocracy was making, right? Everybody's wearing basketball shorts and a pajama top or a tank top. You know what I mean? It's just like, you are conveying that you are an idiot. That's what you're conveying. That's the point of Idiocracy. You look like an idiot.
But the problem, too many men are stuck in the past.
They're still wearing clothes that were stylish 20 years ago, not realizing that those same pieces are now making them look older, outdated, or just plain sloppy. I get it. When you've been wearing something for years, it's comfortable, it feels safe. But here's the truth. Your wardrobe needs to evolve with you. If you want to look like a man who's in control of his life.
I say this too. This matters because you want to convey, even if you don't have a high status, you want to convey that. You want to dress for where you want to be. There was a black dude that I went to high school with named Adrian. And Adrian wore a suit to high school every day. And everybody remembers that Adrian wore a suit to high school every day. Now, that's a little much, but everybody remembers that. And he stood out for that. So if you dress nice, it conveys that you have some degree of self-discipline and care, and that you're probably doing okay. And if it's a woman, the first thing that she sees is, as she does her Terminator woman scan, she sees that, okay, this is not a loser. If I do pair and mate with this person perhaps could sustain a family, right? Versus a dude showing up in basketball jammies and a Space Jam t-shirt. Right? That's just like, who cares if you're the best? You got the best. I got the best heart of everybody. Nobody gives a shit. You look like an idiot. You might have the best heart, but on the outside, you're a retard.
Life, respected, and put together, you need to start replacing these outdated pieces with modern, refined alternatives.
Another thing that this video is going to talk about is older dudes dressing like a teenager. That's so stupid, man. Like, who's the king of this? Mickey Rourke, dude. Mickey Rourke is the king of boomers trying to look like I don't know, Johnny Depp, trying to look like let me find a good picture where he was. It's like they got all these rings, you know, they got a bunch of rings on, and they got a bunch of bracelets on, and ripped up jeans. Here we go. Like this. No, this. This is the worst, dude. You're not at the age of being a 25-year-old rock and roll star. You look like the dude that owns the strip club that's trying to look like a 25-year-old rock star. And so it just ends up looking stupid, right? Now, I'm not saying that you can't have long hair, because I had long hair, so I have to justify my own actions and my own sins. But, I mean, what the hell is this, dude? Have you noticed, too, that the dudes that are like 70 that are trying to look young, have you noticed they all try to look like Keith Urban? It's like they're all stuck in 2006. It's like, okay, if you're going to try to look young, you want to look like a cool dude, why are you trying to look like Keith Urban from 2006 with that Justin Bieber Karen Mama haircut? You know what I mean? This. It's like boomers tapped out when they thought, because they thought Keith Urban was the coolest thing ever. And I don't even, was he ever even cool? I can't tell you one Keith Urban song. All I know is he married Nicole Kidman. I don't know nothing else about Keith Urban. Although he did wear an all-seeing eye shirt one time, which I thought was kind of weird. But like, Keith Urban's got that sassy rich mom haircut, right? If you go over to Green Hills, Nashville right now, you'll see a bunch of rich soccer wine moms with a Keith Urban cut still to this day. And then you got boomer dudes that are trying to be 25-year-olds. They never got the memo that, like, this ain't 2006, dawg. Nobody cares about Keith Urban no more. And then over here, he's trying to be Johnny Depp. Like, dude, nobody's going to mistake your weird ass for Johnny Depp. What are you talking about? Everybody knows you're Mickey Rourke. You look like a Bogdanov twin now with all that plastic surgery. Nobody's going to... You're not fooling nobody into thinking that you're Johnny Depp. Anyway. By the way, Johnny Depp is also, like, not dressing age appropriate either. There's just a certain point when... I mean, look, he looks like Don Johnson right there, right? And then now he looks like Macron's wife. Dude, what the hell are you doing? You went from Don Johnson, an approved aesthetic over here on this channel, to looking like Bogdanov. You over here calling in, pump it and dump it, destroying everybody's cryptos like a bog. Right? Bump it. Dump it. Somehow Mickey Rourke transitioned into a bog. How do you do that? Because he was mistaken on his drip. And that's what I'm trying to save you all from. All you young nerds, you're gonna turn into a Bogdanov if you don't listen to me. So I'm trying to help you out.
Let's get into it. 1. Old, worn-out leather accessories that age. Most men don't think about their leather goods when they consider style. They focus on clothes, shoes, maybe a watch. But what about your wallet, your belt, and your briefcase?
I have to say, I have failed on this one. Although my extra wallet actually still is kind of cool, because we tried to sell extra wallets on this channel initially, and nobody in my audience was interested in a wallet that protected your RFID. I think we sold 3 wallets. I still have an extra wallet. Thank you. Appreciate that. But I do have to admit my wallet is a bit out of date, and I am still wearing an old ass belt from 10 years ago. So I fail on the leather goods, and also I ain't never had a briefcase, ain't never needed a briefcase. Although it might be kind of cool to have a briefcase. I don't know. I have to think about that one.
Here's the problem. If your leather accessories are cracked, faded, or stretched out, they instantly make you look like you've given up on the details. A worn-out wallet that's bursting at the seams? A belt with a curling edge and a scuffed buckle? A beat-up messenger bag you've been carrying since 2005? These small things quietly drag your style down. What to wear instead? Upgrade to sleek, high-quality leather pieces that show you care about the details. A minimalist, slim wallet in smooth leather keeps things refined.
I like
a
it.
belt that's not too thick, not too wide, and with a subtle, classic buckle blends seamlessly into your outfit. And if you're carrying a bag for work or travel, a structured leather briefcase or a soft, elegant weekender bag makes a world of difference. These aren't just accessories.
I think I might actually do this upgrade, because when I travel, even my baggery looks rough. Right? I'm still using backpack and like just shitty gray bag, old ass luggage. I might actually do this travel drip upgrade.
They're the details that separate a well-dressed man from the average guy. 2. Stiff, boxy suit jackets that destroy your silhouette. A lot of men over 40 are still wearing the same suit they bought 10 or 15 years ago.
Yes, this is a big one that's really annoying. It's like that 1990s suit style that, you know, you see Paul Washer when he wears his suits. It's like 1990s suits, or like stand-up comedians from 1993 with like a gigantic, sport coat. I'm not even gonna pull it up. You know what I'm talking about. We don't have to do that. But this is also a thing that's quite annoying. It looks ridiculous. And why in the 90s was everything so just massively oversized? It looked terrible. Ridiculous. And likewise, the late 2000s and early 2010s, the ridiculously skinny jean look is also the opposite extreme of looking idiotic. Both of them look idiotic. Form-fitting clothes is the solution, because then you look timeless.
The problem? Suiting has changed. If your blazer or suit jacket is too long, too wide in the shoulders, or has an outdated boxy fit, it instantly makes you look heavier and less refined. Older suits tend to have wide lapels, extra long cuts, and too much padding in the shoulders. They're bulky. They drown your frame instead of defining it. And if you haven't had your suit tailored in years, chances are it's making you look older, not sharper. What to wear instead? A modern structured suit or blazer with a clean silhouette. The jacket should lightly hug your shoulders, taper in slightly at the waist, and end just below your belt line. And let's talk about lapels.
There you go. That's a good look right there. That's a nice, stylish, but also casual look. I approve of that. And you'll notice that the blazer is not a gigantic box making you look like Norm Macdonald doing stand-up in 1994.
Avoid super wide lapels that look straight out of the 90s. Instead, go for a slim to moderate width, about 2.5 to 3.5 inches, that keeps you looking modern without being trendy. A well-fitted blazer instantly makes you look more put together, more confident, and more powerful. It's one of the easiest ways to upgrade your style. 3. T-shirts with thin, flimsy fabric that make you look sloppy. You might think a t-shirt...
Thank you.
It's just a t-shirt, but here's the truth. Cheap, thin, stretched out t-shirts make you look older and less put together.
The t-shirt is way overused. Nothing wrong with the occasional use of a t-shirt or the occasional, attempt to have fun. I think it's okay to still wear a band shirt if you like a certain band or certain, I enjoyed wearing my Daft Punk shirt, which is actually a super old vintage Daft Punk shirt from like 2003. It's like a 20-year-old shirt. And I wore that on the Hodge Twins just because I was in the mood to be kind of ridiculous. But I was definitely dressed down. But also my aesthetic, my drip is very kind of wacky and Miami Vice, right? But also at times we basically got a couple styles. We've got Mark Harmon in Summer School. We've got the James Bond look via Daniel Craig, and we've got Don Johnson. That's our 3 archetypal style drips over here on my side of things. That's just personal preferences. But to always be wearing a t-shirt is equivalent to the Kevin Smith jersey look, which is terrible.
A lot of guys don't realize that a t-shirt needs structure. If the fabric is too lightweight, too sheer, or too stretched out, it clings to your body in all the wrong ways. It emphasizes the areas you don't want to highlight, and it makes you look messier, not sharper. What to wear instead? A well-made structured t-shirt in high-quality cotton or merino wool. Look for a fit that's snug in the chest and arms, but relaxed.
Another thing that people are becoming aware of too, and I don't think this actually fits, this shirt actually would contradict this, is that people are figuring out that we need to be wearing like cotton and linen. We don't need to be wearing plastic and polyester. People are starting to figure that out. Have you noticed this too? Jamie was talking about this to me 2 years ago, and she actually switched out our sheets and all that with cotton. And then you can also get linen, and you can also get for sheets and pillows like even silk or satin, right? Which is better on your skin if you're gonna be sleeping on it all the time, versus a bunch of toxic chemical garbage that I don't know why. Maybe the petroleum industry, maybe it's a giant conspiracy, but somebody decided that all the clothes got to also be made out of plastic. What? Why are we wearing plastic clothes? That doesn't make any sense. Leather, cotton, linen. We don't need plastic clothes.
Around the waist. Color matters too. Instead of plain black or white, try deep navy, olive, or charcoal. These colors add depth to your look without being too harsh.
I'm going to have to say, though, one thing that is kind of annoying to me about men's fashions is that for whatever reason, white men are expected to dress boring. And I've always just think it's super boring that as a dude, classically, I'm only allowed to wear gray, brown, black, dark blue. Like, why is everything so boring? Why can a man not enjoy colors? I am heterosexual and I like colors. Why do I have to dress like every day is a funeral? I feel like this was imposed upon us by British people who never saw the sun and were just unhappy and dismal and felt like the whole world is nothing but gray, brown, and black because they don't see sunshine in London. Okay, well, I would like to wear colors. Colors are nice. Let's see what this guy says about Cologne, because this one is a toughie one. An iffy one. It's a tough one that's iffy, hence it's a toughie one, because in the 90s, Cologne used to be the bomb, dude. And in the 90s, if you wanted to get a girl, Cologne was essential. You would immediately be assessed not just on your drip, but also, ooh, I smell poverty over there. I smell fake Dracar Noir. That man is poor. I will not date him. I'm loving it. Okay. If you smell like McDonald's, if you smell like body, like ass, like a Funko Pop nerd, like you walk into a video game, a GameStop, you walk into a God forbid, hopefully you never have to go into a role playing gamer shop. If you ever went into a comic book shop, oh, it just happens to smell like ass. Remember when they were telling the gamers and the comic book people they had to mandate that to come to the gamer cons, you had to take a shower. I'm not kidding. They were having to tell the nerds, don't come play Magic the Gathering at our nerd conventions if you don't have if you haven't showered. They had to mandate. That's a true story. And as you know, my BFF that passed away, okay, Tommy drew Game of Thrones. But Tommy started drawing when we was in high school, okay? And back in the 90s, to get into comic books, you had to go to the conventions. And you had to network and get your art critiqued, and you had to go stand in line for 2 hours to meet frickin' Mark Silvestri and Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld, and oh, it was awful. So I went to many of these conventions. I've told the story a million times. This is where I got into the altercation, shall we say, with Mark Singer, the Beastmaster. I've told that story a million times. If you have never been to a comic book convention, I actually implore you to go. Because you will meet the stinkiest bunch of loser dorks you have ever seen in your life. And it will prove to you everything I'm trying to convey today. Because I guarantee you, nowadays, it's 1,000 times worse than it was in the 90s. Because in the 90s, I was like, damn, dude. It was an eye-opening experience. This is a bunch of nerds, dude. Dorks. Now, we all know this now. But in the 90s, it wasn't so self-evident that a comic book convention was going to be just so dorky, dude. Just stank-ass fat dudes. Just butt. The whole thing smells like a giant butt. Wafting out into the Chicago streets. People on the streets complaining, why does this convention center smell like a giant butt? What's going on? It's a comic book. Oh, it makes sense. Comic book convention. So in the 90s, everybody wore cologne. But I don't smell cologne a lot nowadays. So I don't even know if people wear cologne. But it turns out a lot of colognes are toxic too. Like plastic clothes are toxic. So maybe you don't want to wear colognes. I don't know. On this one, I'm non-committal because I don't even know where we go nowadays with this. Last time I bought some cologne was like Acqua di Gio or I don't know. So like 10 years ago was the last time I bought cologne. And I couldn't even wear it because as soon as I put it on, I start sneezing. So let's see what he says about cologne.
Doesn't reflect who you are. A lot of men over 40 are still wearing the same cologne they've been using for decades.
Remember in the 90s, just I mean, you had to be in the 90s. A lot of y'all are too young, but dude, in the 90s, man, you go buy a bottle of Drakkar. I sound like Theo Vaughn now. Dude, in the 90s, you remember in the 90s, dude, you go buy a bottle of Drakkar. You would just douse yourself in that bad boy. Which is true, though. Remember this? Does this still exist? Shit, dude. This stuff in the 90s, this stuff was $80, bro. This was $100 in the 80s. 90s. It's cheap as hell now. $20 for Drakkar. Man, be glad you didn't put all your money into Drakkar stocks. Imagine being in the 90s being like, man, the future is Drakkar Noir. I'm going to put all my savings into Drakkar stock. Shit, that shit went from $90 a bottle down to $20. Stock plummeted. You had the Drakkar drop the out of the stock market. The Drakkar crash. Car crash? No, I'm talking about Drakkar crash. Stock going all the way down to nothing. But in the 90s, well, you would just create a cloud and walk through it. And Drakkar was so strong, you could do one puff, one cloud, walk through it. You still smell like Drakkar a year later. That's how strong this stuff was. One time in 8th grade, I made a mistake. I bought a bottle of Drakkar and I spilled it. I had it with me at the football game, and I had it in my pocket, and the cap came off, and I spilt Drakkar all down my pants, and the whole, literally the whole section of the football stadium cleared out. That's how strong Drakkar was. You walk over there, I bet you that stadium will still smell like it to this day. There was so much Drakkar just running people off. People crying. Had to get they got the damn CDC came out with the suits and everything because of a Drakkar Noir spill. The only reason you didn't hear about it on the news is because it got upstaged by the Exxon spill. Second biggest spill was when I spilled Drakkar Noir all over the middle school stadium steps. Everybody was crying. Soccer moms, football moms, just bawling, being taken into the ER. Okay, I'm joking. I did spill a bottle in it. It did clear out the stadium, half of the stadium, but there was no CDC presence at this chemical spill. But looking back on how toxic this shit is now, looking back, it probably should have been. We should have had Fauci and the CDC out there, right? I'm just kidding. How do we get onto that? Well, I'll tell you what. I did get a lot of phone numbers back then with Polo Sport and Aqua di Gio. I'm trying to remember my top 90s. Ralph Lauren Polo Sport, Aqua di Gio, and I forget what. I quit using Drakkar. Was so strong. You had to quit.
Maybe it's something they got as a gift years ago, or maybe it's a generic department store fragrance that smells like every other guy in the office. The problem? Your scent should evolve with your style. A lot of older colognes have overpowering synthetic notes that don't complement.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It's toxic, dude. Hugo Boss. That's the other one I forgot. That was a Hugo Boss Cool Water. Remember Cool Water? Dude, that was so big in the 90s. Hugo Boss, Cool Water, Ralph Lauren Polo Sport. That's like my 3 top colognes.
Find modern look. What to wear instead? Invest in a well-crafted, complex fragrance that matches your personality. Something warm, masculine, and subtle, but powerful. Look for... Maybe
cologne needs to make a comeback, but what cologne isn't toxic? That's what we got to figure out. Because a lot of this stuff is just... I mean, I got bad allergies, and I can't walk through the mall, dude. I got to go in a different side of the mall because I can't walk through that, Dillard section of Cologne because I just feel like I'm I don't know, I start tripping or something. Tripping balls.
Colognes with woody, earthy notes like sandalwood, vetiver, or oud. Stay away from anything too sweet, too spicy, or too synthetic smelling. Your fragrance should be a quiet signature, not an overpowering statement. People should lean in closer to notice it, not smell you from across the room. 5. Bulky, old-school eyeglasses. That if you wear glasses, they're one of the most defining parts of your appearance. But a lot of men over 40 are still wearing thin, wire-framed glasses or thick, outdated plastic frames that make
my jacket my sunglasses selection is problematic at the moment. We're gonna skip past this because I am wearing Cougar mom glasses right here because I ordered the wrong ones on the internet. My mistake.
Oversized, outdated denim jackets that make you look sloppy. Denim jackets can
Gotta
be
say, I've never been a fan of the denim jacket at all. Never. This is the kind of shit the metalheads will wear. So if you coming at me like a metalhead, or like a denim jacket with the sleeves ripped off, you might as well go over there with Kevin Smith, bro. I don't like this look at all. Never like this look.
Trying too hard to look younger. What to wear instead? Upgrade to a modern fitted denim jacket in a clean dark wash. Look for something slim in the sleeves.
Now, how about just no denim at all? We're going to cross this one out. I disagree. Tennis shoes, let's get to this one.
Sneakers will instantly downgrade everything else you're wearing. If your sneakers have thick soles, flashy designs, bright neon accents, or visible branding, they're doing more harm than good.
They make you look out of touch, like you're stuck in a different decade. And let's talk about condition. If your sneaker...
Dadcore, right? Remember when Dadcore was popular a couple years ago?
Keep them clean, and they'll always look fresh. 8. Outdated dress shirts with excessive patterns and loud colors. A lot of men over 40 still have dress shirts in their closet that they bought years ago. The problem? Shirt styles have changed. And if your shirts have bold, oversized patterns, flashy colors, or boxy fits, they're making you look dated. Bright red, thick stripes, wild paisley prints.
These were trendy.
I have to say, the wild paisley prints, see, I got several Billy Reeds that I like. I don't know if I agree with this one. And that was actually not that long ago. So, you know, in terms of Nashville designer stuff, Billy Reed is a good brand. And I got gifted a lot of Billy Reed stuff. So I don't want to see Billy Reed himself. I want to see his clothes. So a lot of this in the Nashville sphere is pretty popular for designer clothes. That's like quality, you know, good looking stuff. Like, I don't know why somebody rated that 1 star. But that's, you know, it's not that expensive. It's $250 for a sport coat. That's reasonable. It's not that expensive. But I also... I'm not sure where they're getting that paisleys are totally out of style. I don't get this guy's take. Plus, this sounds like an AI video too, so we might just be listening to a robot telling us what's in style. How the hell's a robot gonna know what's in style?
Once, but now they look forced. And fit is another issue. If your dress shirt is too baggy with extra fabric billowing at the sides, it's ruining your silhouette.
Looks like 90s.
What to wear instead? Go for neutral, refined colors with subtle textures. Think navy, light blue, white, or muted earth tones.
I agree with the fit. I hate earth tones and boring ass clothes, man. How come dudes, it's like only black dudes are allowed to dress with color? Who made this rule? That's racist. How come only black dudes are allowed to wear and be flashy? I want to be flashy. Why can't I be flashy? I mean, this is so boring, dude. This looks like every boring ass dude. I mean, the fit is great, but why do I have to only have gray, brown, black? Why can't I wear blue? Blue is my favorite color. Purple.
A well-fitted dress shirt is a quiet power move. It makes you look more capable, more in control, and more put together, without saying a word. I've linked some of the best modern dress shirts.
I
in the
agree,
description
but it's
below.
also kind of boring. It's just like, I don't know. And watches, I think watches are good. I've always been a fan of watches. I don't like sport watches. They look stupid.
But too many guys are still wearing oversized, outdated sports watches that
Exactly.
don't match their outfits. Big, bulky, rubber-strapped watches might be great for the gym.
Look at a Casio coming in with a Mickey Mouse Casio.
But if you're wearing them with a blazer, a dress shirt, or even a polo, they instantly make you look unpolished. Watches should match the occasion. If your everyday watch is thick, covered in dials, and has a giant case that overpowers your wrist, it's too much. What to wear instead? Upgrade to a sleek, well-proportioned timepiece. A stainless steel sports watch like a Rolex Datejust, an Omega Aquaterra, or even a Seiko Presage gives you that refined, masculine edge.
I've had a Seiko that was steel like that for a while. It was all right. It looked okay. It's kind of boring though, so I would recommend a nicer one if you can afford it. The brand between the Seiko and an Omega or a Rolex would be a Movado. So you don't have to immediately go for a Rolex or an Omega because that's going to be anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000, right? But Seikos are in the hundreds, and then you can get Movados for around $1,000.
And if you prefer a leather strap, go for a simple, elegant dress watch with a thin case. Something minimal but powerful. A great watch should add to your style, not take over your wrist. 10. Outdated or worn out. Outerwear that ruins your entire look. Most men focus on their shirts, pants, and shoes, but completely ignore their jackets and coats. That's a mistake. Outerwear is the first thing people see, and if it's outdated, it will ruin your entire outfit. Here's what I mean. Baggy, unstructured trench coats from the 90s.
You're not Fox Mulder, dude. You're not, you ain't going to Columbine. Okay, you're not Dylan Klebold, hopefully. Right? You're not Fox Mulder. So don't ever, you're not a spy from 1984 in DC. So you should never be wearing a duster. What are these stupid ass things called? I always hated it. Even in the 90s, I hated these things. We make fun of the dudes that would come to high school literally dressed like the Columbine dudes, wearing this, what's this thing called? I don't even remember the name of it. I don't know why the frames are dropping like this. Is basically every frame is dropping. I don't know. I've already adjusted the bit rate down pretty low, so it has to be the internet, because the internet connection, it keeps going from poor to excellent to poor to excellent. So it is probably, if it is not my hardware in the MacBook, it's probably the time of day on a Sunday. Everybody must be on the internet in the neighborhood. I don't know. But
make you look shapeless. Old fleece zip-ups that scream dad at a soccer game. Oversized puffer jackets that
I agree with all this. I hate all this. Zip up fleece, get it out of here. Kanye puffy coat, get it out of here.
Unnecessary bulk. Cheap faux leather jackets that look...
Leather jackets from 1995, get it out of here.
Plasticky and shiny instead of refined. Even if you have the perfect outfit underneath, the wrong outerwear will make you look instantly sloppy and stuck in the past. What to wear instead? A structured wool overcoat in navy, camel, or charcoal will instantly
Although personally I hate wool. It feels like the clothing version of lava on my skin.
Elevate any outfit. It works over a suit, but also pairs just as well with a sweater and dark denim. For a more casual option, a suede bomber jacket or waxed cotton field jacket gives you that refined, masculine look without feeling too formal. A man over 40 should never treat his outerwear as an afterthought. The right coat isn't just for warmth, it's a statement of sophistication. 11th, bulky wallets that ruin your outfit.
All right, we already did wallets, but this bot is right to not have a gigantic boomer wallet full of papers. I agree with this. Baggy jeans, no. Definitely don't. Gigantic belts. No. Out of style. Don't have giant belts. Look stupid. Braided belts. Don't have a damn braided belt.
Quietly signals whether you pay attention to your style or not. 13. Cheap dress socks with loud patterns. Socks are often overlooked, but they make a bigger difference than you think. And one of the biggest mistakes men make? Wearing cheap, brightly colored, patterned socks that clash with their outfit. I get it. At one point, crazy socks were marketed as a fun way to show personality. But here's the problem. They break up the flow of your outfit. Instead of making you...
You look like a damn imp. You look like a Christmas imp if you got those on. Right? Like, you're going to be the elf on a shelf, but somebody's going to put you up on the shelf and you're going to tattletale on people that are naughty. Right? Don't dress like a Christmas imp.
Look stylish, they become a distraction that makes you look less refined.
Trench coat. Thank you. I was trying to, don't ever wear a trench coat. Ever. You're not a school shooter. You're not Fox Mulder. Why are you wearing a trench coat? You're not passing secrets to a spy in Washington, D.C. in 1987. Don't wear a trench coat.
Bright red socks with a navy suit? Neon green with dress shoes? It just looks mismatched and unpolished. What to wear instead?
Oh, look at me. I'm quirky. Look at my imp socks. I'm quirky.
Invest in high-quality classic dress socks in neutral colors like navy, charcoal, black, or deep brown. These subtly enhance your outfit instead of drawing unnecessary attention. If you want to add some personality, go for texture instead of loud colors. A ribbed or subtly patterned sock in a rich, dark shade adds interest without screaming for attention. And always, always match your socks to your trousers or shoes, not the loudest color in your outfit. Socks might seem like a minor detail, but the right pair makes you look effortlessly refined.
I'm gonna get some SpongeBob socks and wear with my dress coat. I'm gonna have it like the smoothest, coolest outfit, and then I'm gonna have SpongeBob socks on, just to drive people crazy. H Brazi, $5. Jay, are you a descendant of Yakub? By default, you can wear anything, just like us brothers. If I identify as descendant of Yakub, does that mean... you know what? Maybe this will run a little smoother if I clear out some of these tabs I've got open. I was going to cover this Jim Bob debate that he did with another Ayn Rand Institute objectivist, or the Objectivist Institute, whatever it's called. But this debate went pretty much as you would have expected. It's basically the same as my debate with Yaron Brook from the Ayn Rand Institute, or whatever it is. Basically, it's just a lot of self-evident givens. Well, we all know this, and it's just obviously the case, so let's just say that this is the necessary conclusion of how I get objective ethics from what just is the case. No concern for epistemology, justification, metaphysics, anything beyond just a bunch of just so's. Well, it's just so. So there's that debate. It's about what you would expect. This clip keeps popping up, and I've never seen it, so I was curious to see. I bet this was staged. Do you think Neil Strauss actually hit on Jessica Alba, or was this like a promo for his when the game came out? So let's see, because this is supposed to prove that the game works. But something tells me that this wouldn't really work like this. Maybe it would. I mean, I'm not saying that basic principles of human social dynamics that are in the game aren't true. I'm saying that, did he really hit on Jessica Alba successfully? I don't know. Austin, $5. Please order Mac Studio tonight. Pay Piggies Unite. Well, I did upgrade the camera, and I thought we would get perfection from upgrading the camera. And I don't even know what Mac Studio is. Is that a small form Mac computer? Mac Studio? Oh. An M4 Max chip? Maybe that's what we got to get. Maybe that's the next upgrade that we need. Massive computer core updates. Now here's the thing that's going to piss me off is if I get a $3,000 Mac Studio update Mac with massive CPU core updates and mind-bending graphics, am I then going to discover that all along it was not the hardware problem? It was, in fact, still just the internet bopping in and out. That will be annoying, but I guess there's no other ways to go about this other than to continue to try to solve the problem in a process of elimination method. Anyway, we still ain't got to the LA riots, but the internet's being so terrible today. I mean, maybe I'll just cut down the frame rates even more, or the bit rate. I mean, I went down to 4,000. Anyway, let's see if Neil Strauss really did put his game to the test.
Jessica Alba is here. Brad Paisley is coming up. Our next guest writes for the New York Times and Rolling Stone. He's written books on Marilyn Manson, Janet Jameson, and Motley Crue. His latest, The Game, details his journey into the secret world of pickup artists. He knows how to do it, and he's here tonight to try to seduce me. Please say hello to Neil Strauss.
I just say that's the best way.
You're
to
right.
Get a girl is
Something magical to Jessica when you touch her, or was that?
I'm taken now.
You're taken now? Oh, yeah, sure.
So, did he touch her? Was that trying to establish connection? Right, that's like a classic, game thing to do. He just shook her hand. There wasn't much to that.
You're right. Girl
You know what?
available.
You
know what? That's the whole lesson of it. Is guys are always begging and pleading and being too available. The best way to get somewhere is to pretend like you don't want it. Right?
That guy's sounds a little sassy. I've never actually heard him talk. Didn't that guy sound a little sassy to y'all? He got a little sass in his pants? That didn't come off as terribly masculine. Have you ever heard of Anatoly Golitsyn's works, Death Culture, $5? Yeah, we just covered this the other day. By the way, I think I will have to get one of these Mac Studios. Yeah, I think it's CIA propaganda. And if you read Mark Hackard's lectures or articles on Yuri Bezmenov and Anatoly Golitsyn, that's just CIA propaganda even though the KGB and the Cold War ended, but Putin's still bad. It's not Ethernet. I've tried the Ethernet cable. It makes no difference between using the Ethernet cable or using the wireless. It doesn't do anything different. I've tried all this. I'm at the point where the only thing left to do is buy different hardware. And then I guarantee what's going to happen is I'm going to buy a $3,000 Mac Studio, and it's still going to be the internet connection. I guarantee that's what it's going to be. It's going to be that between the peak times of people on the internet, especially on like a Sunday night, and if I stream at 11 at night, I won't have any problems. That's what it is. I mean, I don't know what it is, obviously, but I guarantee you that that's what's going to happen.
Is that right?
Because everyone likes a challenge, men or women. You want to have to work for it, otherwise it has no value.
I see. So you'd say
Okay, but I mean, dude sounds super Skittles. And, this is probably what, 2001 or 2 or 3? So when he was saying this stuff, most people didn't know this stuff. This has all been repeated a million times now through the internet. But I still find it hard to believe, though, that Jessica Alba is really buying into this sort of Skittles dude's game.
You say, I think you're absolutely disgusting if you meet somebody.
You know what, man? Sometimes it's better than a generic compliment.
Really? So you are able. I read an article in which you picked. You got Britney Spears' phone number, didn't you?
True. Yes. So
how did you manage that?
I was doing this interview with her, and it was all those yes, no, I don't care answers that she's kind of known for a little bit.
That dude's got the biggest lisp of all time. So he probably got Britney Spears' phone number because Britney Spears thought he was going to be a backup dancer. Because we all know the backup dancers are heterosexuals.
And the gear just flipped in my head. I decided, you know what, the game has worked on everyone I've ever met. whoever they are. So I just started running it on her. And it's not hitting on her. It's showing you're interesting. It's, you know, being playful, teasing, and also like just being more interesting than everyone else out there.
Now, those basic principles are correct, even though I'm still not believing this dude's claim.
So I started telling her about her body language.
More interesting than Kevin Federline? I don't think so.
That would be quite a challenge.
So you read her, what did you say you read her body language?
Her eye movements, her body language, say what it means about her. One of these guys in this book, this guy named Ross Jeffries, who Tom Cruise's character is based on in Magnolia, says one of the rules is demonstrate
Frank T.J. Mackey.
authority over her world. So I started telling her about herself and breaking it down.
Oh,
and then
really?
I did a little bit of mind reading, a little bit of magic, and then she said, can we shut off the tape deck? And she started just sort of gushing and unloading. And at the end of the interview, she said, I'd like to exchange phone numbers.
Yeah, but we also found out that Britney Spears is basically an MK Ultra beta sex kitten insane person. So, like, maybe that had something to do with getting her number too. I don't know.
And that's when I realized that kind of worked.
Now, you know, if she's at home right now, maybe nursing the baby, she's going, oh, that did not happen. Oh, I did not.
She'll admit it happened. I read her mind and she ran. She looked in the mirror and she was like, oh my God, I can't believe I just did that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Well, and so how'd you get mixed up with these guys?
I did some awesome things. Like I did a book on Motley Crue, and but I would sit around and I'd watch them having all the fun. I was the guy who didn't have a date in high school. And I figured for college, I decided to go to Vassar College because it's a girls' school. I figured my odds were better there.
Yeah. Did you dress like a woman, like in Bosom Buddies?
Yeah, exactly.
Is this supposed to be funny? I don't like. People, the crowd is laughing because they're told to. Like, but when did Jimmy Kimmel actually make a joke? I don't understand what's the funny part here. This is like watching some sort of weird David Lynch production or something, like with the rabbits and the sitcom laughter. I feel like it's the same thing.
Exactly. Me and Tom Hanks. And still nothing. No girlfriend, no dates, nothing.
Really?
So I figured all was not lost. I'm going to be this rock writer, go on the road with Motley Crue, had that backstage pass around my neck where anything can happen in this world, right?
Right.
And Tommy Lee was the only person I kissed.
Oh, you kissed Tommy Lee?
No tongue. But after that, I figured, you know what?
What? He said after traveling with Motley Crue to write about rock and roll, the only person that he kissed was Tommy Lee, but not with tongue. Dude, this sounds gay as hell.
Some guys have it, some guys don't. And then I discovered these guys and kind of got taken under their wings.
Why'd you kiss Tommy Lee, by the way?
It sounds like you're doing it for like the wrong sex.
Yeah, somebody said K-Fed. Remember K-Fed? Best wigger on the planet that got forgot.
On the cheek.
When K-Fed was married to Britney Spears for like a day or something crazy?
Okay, so no action in the whole Motley Crue tour. You wrote a book about Jenna Jameson, the adult film star.
Right.
Nothing there?
Nothing really.
Nothing there. And so you get in with these guys, the pickup artists.
Right.
And they teach you, what are like, if you could give us like just a few, like the broad strokes of how this works, what are they?
God, so literally...
Actually, could you try it on, Jessica, would you mind?
I wouldn't try it on a talk show. I didn't learn talk show game.
Oh, is there a different game?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's this idea that, you know, someone's beautiful, you got to hit on them or something. But in LA, everyone's beautiful. Everyone beautiful comes to LA to try and make it, right? So if you're beautiful, so what? You got lucky in the gene pool, right? So if I was to ask you to name 3 things about yourself that would make me want to get to know you better, and none of them can be about your looks or what you do, what would they be?
I'm loyal.
Right.
Reliable.
Right.
So this has got to be staged to sell the book. I mean, I just don't buy it. The Jessica Alba was into this random Skittles dude. Come on now. I mean, we got to see where it's going to go. But somebody said, what was that watch you were wearing on whatever podcast? It's my Movado. So this is actually 2018. It's kind of old. I need to get a new one. But I've had this same gold watch for 7 years. But it still looks... It's a little dressy because it's got the black face. But I still kind of like it. It's a little bit of an extra flash, right? I've always been a fan of wristwatches all the way back to high school. Started wearing a wristwatch. So, but speaking of... It's the model that, of all people, AOC got busted wearing when she was at the border. And I was like, wait a minute, that's the watch I have. Literally like the same one. And no, I didn't buy a female watch. It's a, yeah. So when she was at the border, somebody busted her wearing a designer watch. And it's like, well, it's not that expensive of a watch. It was like an $800 watch. I mean, it's not like a Rolex or something. But there was a news story where they busted her wearing a designer watch, and I was like, that's the same watch I got. It's the Movado with the black face. Anyway, that's what it is. Where are we at? Is this game actually going to work? Let's see.
And
I said I can't be without her looks.
and hardworking.
That's awesome. Maybe we can hang out. No, but see, that's awesome. And the whole thing about this, and those are great.
I don't buy this at all. This is totally staged. He's just sitting there basically saying, tell me about yourself. That's awesome. Maybe we can hang out. And being as Skittles as hell.
The whole thing is guys are always trying to sell themselves to women. They're always trying to brag about themselves and say what they do for a living. And instead, you kind of got to flip the script, make someone who has absolutely no interest in you start selling themselves to you. And that's like one of the pieces.
Wow.
But thanks for playing along.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Did you feel like that was effective in a way?
I felt like that's just what intelligent people that, I don't know, that talk to me do. They don't care so much about the physical, and they do actually look for more than that. And so whether
that's
it's a
what they
guy
tell
or a
you.
girl.
That is true.
The smart ones that...
I feel like I'm watching Jewish Game. Like the whole show is how to do Jewish Game.
That do go further than, hi, yeah, you're crazy.
Yeah.
You have to look for more than that, because at the end of the day, it doesn't last forever.
Like when I told you you had
Everybody
a
gets
cute
old.
top, that was like something.
Oh, I thought you wanted to wear it.
Oh.
Like I wasn't sure with that.
Yeah, so she assumed I was gay. Does this work?
Ooh, she just shot down Jimmy Kimmel's attempt at flirting. Ouch.
For gays too?
You know what? Some of the stuff.
And then he asked Neil Strauss if this works for gay guys. So it's like maybe Jimmy Kimmel's more beige than we thought, because he's like, this dude's gay. What's the heck?
I have a friend who reviewed it for a magazine, and he said half the stuff would work. There's this idea of negs, the playful backhanded insults.
Oh.
Those he said would be very effective.
And
it's all basic human nature. The idea that a guy named Mystery taught me something called cat string theory.
Now, does he go up to the women and say, hi, my name's Mystery?
He does.
And that worked for him?
Well, that
sounds like one of Michael Jackson's friends.
Exactly.
I remember reading, it might have been one of Neil Strauss's books years ago. I remember reading something like, or maybe even Mystery admitted in one of his books or interviews, that a lot of the girls in the parties, they were all paid for. Is that true? Does anybody remember? I mean, I'm not saying that Mystery never had an actual date. I'm saying that the show and a lot of that stuff seems staged, but maybe I'm wrong about that. What do y'all think?
The thing is, they all have to make nicknames because they're all online, posting their entire sex lives and their fears and insecurities online. So you make up these names because you don't want to meet a girl and have her Google you and find out you've been up to all this stuff.
Right, no.
So this is all like internet savvy game playing.
Right, because this is like Revenge of the
That's
Nerds.
like the future of dating.
Right, and these are the guys, all guys when they're frustrated, they go to the internet.
Right.
And then they learn this, and then it's like, you'll see a club.
When
you'll
they're
see
not looking at Jenna Jameson.
He called it Revenge of the Nerds. So wait a minute. Did he just admit that all the guys trying to learn game are nerds? So his own audience of who he's trying to sell his book to?
Then they can go in these chat rooms.
Exactly. Now, they'll go out and do it in real life, and you'll see on Sunset any night. You can go down there and you'll see these guys. They're all doing this stuff called peacocking. They're all standing out. They're all using the same routines, and it's like the guys.
What is peacocking?
Peacocking. They have their own language, by the way. And I'll get a call from a guy, and he'll say, Style was my name. And I'll say, hey, I was in a 2-set, and I was trying to neg the target, but I got IOIs from the obstacle. Should I?
We should go back to. Wait, there needs to be a skit. I got an idea for a skit. Trying to run the old dated game from 2003 today. That would actually be a pretty funny skit, right? And use all this terminology. That sounds funny.
DHV'd or DLV'd, assuming she was an SHB 11, and that'll mean something.
Yeah, but it means you guys are nerds.
Totally, it totally does. It's so true. These are the guys who were like playing Warcraft a month ago, and now they're playing Warcraft, or whatever the game is, but in the clubs with real people.
Wow, but like peacocking, is this like showing off?
Yeah, peacocking is like the way a peacock will.
What kind of girls does this work on? Like, what kind of girls are?
Now, I don't know. This just seems so fake and staged. Come on, because he's got what, 1 minute, 2 minutes left to quote pick up Jessica Alba, and all I've heard is a normal conversation. I haven't heard anything about anything coming close to him about to pick her up. Have you? This is kind of ridiculous, honestly.
Spears.
No, see, here's the thing. Britney Spears in an interview, but what kind of chicks are these guys pulling on Sunset Boulevard?
Very good question, Jessica. Thank you. What kind of girls are they? See, it works, right?
The truth is, it works. I went kind of all over the world when I was kind of in disguise as this and did it. Every country, and the same stuff works.
Really?
Everyone, the same social dynamics. Here, should I give you the basic broad strokes?
Yeah, real quick. Give us the broad strokes, yeah.
All right. So instead of walking right up to the person you're interested in and hitting on her right away, you approach the whole group. You win over the group of people. You almost push her away a little bit. If she's hit on a lot,
physically shove her?
Mentally.
There's no way he's going to pick up Jessica Alba. There's just no way.
All right. You say, oh my God, is she always like that? How do you hang out with her? Oh my God. So you're kind of pushing her away, you're showing your friends that you're not hitting on her, and you win over her friends, and you'll slowly win her over. That's the basic idea, but they have this mapped out to a T. Guys will drop out of school, they'll drop out of college. I don't recommend it.
Wow.
But they'll do that to learn this. That's how obsessed they are.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's good. A lot of guys spend time learning to play blackjack or something.
Right.
This seems a lot more fun than blackjack.
Because what do you want the money for anyway?
Yeah. And why isn't your picture on the? Because see, if I was you, you should put your picture on the book, because then guys will know. Oh well, if Neil got the girls, because I assume. I assume.
I didn't see anything close to picking up Jessica Alba. He's got 30 seconds left. Can he do it?
You're a Lothario,
2 years of self-esteem down the drain, man.
No, I mean, but for a chubby guy like me, I'd go, all right, well, look at this bald guy, he can get girls.
There's no way a dude that laughs like that is picking up Jessica Alba. It's just crazy.
Beautiful head of hair. What could I do?
You know what? It actually works. The big cheesy guy that.
Thank you.
Okay, totally mistitled video there, Steven. 6 million views. Nothing close to what the video claims. That's what's called an ad promo. So I forget the term. There's a term for this when the TV shows, the late night shows, etc., when they are paid to promote a product and they integrate it into a news clip. There's an actual term for this. I'm just forgetting the name of it. I learned about this like 10 years ago, but if you're a company, you can pay the local news to do a news story that integrates your product, right? Classic version of this is like email scams. Boomer citizens are being scammed through email. And then they go into, I lost all my savings because I thought I was investing in gold and it was a scam and emails. With, and then they'll sell it with McAfee, spam protection for your email. And then the boomers think they have to buy spam protection for email or something, right? So like that's normal in terms of legacy TV crap, right? Nowadays, it's influencers are paid to push the products through their channels, such as Chalk.com, the best in supplementation. Head on over to Chalk.com, CHOQ.com. Now, look, guys, see, the connection is perfect right now. It says excellent connection, no lag. It's got to be the internet feed, don't you think? Like, because right now it says excellent connection, no problems. Hush Tone says for $2, you need an Ethernet connection. It's not that. I've already got that. If you mean a fiber connection, like I have an Ethernet cable, it doesn't matter. But if you mean like fiber internet, they won't put that here. H. Brozzi says for $5, Skittles Man giving dudes advice so he can have more dudes to himself. Death Culture $5. No, we already did that. Excuse me. Straight white male, $10. The Mac doesn't have the RAM to keep up with the streaming. It lags like crazy. Yeah, it's not usually this bad, though. Get a PC with a minimum 7-core processor and 32 to 64 gigabytes of RAM. Or I'll just get this Mac Studio thing. That way I don't have to... I can just log back in. I don't have to add all this stuff. Yeah, that's total clickbait nonsense. Sounds like we got to ditch toxic cologne, Austin $5. And instead we got to go with scented lotions from... Yes. Guys, I want you to go to Bed Bath & Beyond and get scented lotions and candles, and then go talk to girls. Straight white male, $5. Bleu de Chanel, perfume for men and women. Women compliment my scent all the time. Well, there you go. There's some advice from SWM. Myron Chuck, $10. Yumi and Jim Jatras got to talk about the return of Sovietism in Russia. If you mean Golitsyn, I don't buy into that, but I mean, Jim knows that subject way more than me. We got to talk about the American Pope. It needs to happen. Appreciate that. I'll have to look into your stuff. Contemporary Compendium, Dire by Fire apparel needs to happen. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get some Dire by Fire apparel. Jasper Daddy Falcor, $5. Asking for unblock. Months ago, I was a massive tard. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll look up and try to remember to unblock you. Hey, you, $5. Mickey Rourke tried to make his face look like a 25-year-old. It did not work. He looks scary now. Exactly. H. Brazi, $5. Dimitri K. posted earlier that it must have been divine intervention that Ridvan's bishop out of nowhere now has a mandatory 1-year catechesis. It's hard to disagree. Ashley Costco, $5. I was having fun with Mormons on X. I keep forgetting that this is an open debate stream. I haven't even looked at the Twitter space. Probably everybody's dropped off. I don't know. Giab, $2. Jersey sports. Sports, give me more. Exactly. Jerseys and sports. Rachel Wilson, $5. Can we talk about how lesbians dress like Fred Durst and Justin Bieber? That's been a constant, hasn't it? I mean, lesbians have not changed their aesthetic since the late 90s to now. They all look like that. And why is that? I don't know. That is actually an interesting question. Why do we get the same vibe? H. Brazi, $5. Meet your future wife in high school and skip the Coomer nonsense dating like I did. I know I'm saying this to a bunch of grown men, but still. Yeah, I mean, I think you're supposed to kind of learn this stuff in high school. And then younger people are not going through the normal rituals that guys and girls go through at that age. That's one of the big problems. James Pitcher, 30 A's. You hit the nail on the head regarding feminine values being now what is controlling our society. I would add that women are the largest voting bloc, and that is a big part of this. They are constantly being pandered to, and I agree. Somebody says I missed a super chat. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss it. Carl Christian Roberts. It feels like ChatGPT was used to write the jokes in that. Yeah, I think that Asian dude probably did. Because it was so sort of like rote and scripted and like every other Gen Z comedy. H. Brazi, $10. The easiest way to expose these e-thoughts is for them to get pressed by somebody like Rachel. Their response is always to say something ad hominem and then say that they feel bad because she's mean and meanie man that smokes cigarettes, meaning Andrew. Yeah. Well, that's usually what, I mean, the left just basically has nothing but you're bad, you're mean. And isn't that funny? Because all the people who don't like me in the debate sphere or in the Roman Catholic sphere, it's the exact same as the social justice warriors in the left. He's mean. Luca Kramer, $2.49. The left is chopped. Chopped and screwed, or chopped like the lag on my videos. Hey you, $5. The way that Gen Z, the number of times Gen Z says bra is so annoying. It makes me want to put a screwdriver in my ear holes. They sound like Riri's. Rachel Wilson, $10. I would log off forever and just do gardening and crochet if it meant that these other bimbos could not go on the internet and make all the other women look dumb. Gary, $10. I'm sure that you covered this before, but I'm reading further stuff from Rose. Do you think that the Eastern religious influence in America that he speaks about from the 1940s to the 1970s is influenced by three-letter agencies? Of course. And that's a thing that I've covered probably 50 times in the last 10 years. Cam Hammer, $5. Thank you so much. Jordan Lofgren, $5. Gaytheist Danny keeps spurging that he wants to do a voice chat with me because I told him that his morality is all based on preferences. I gave him your link. He's not going to call in here. He's already called in twice, and it was not worth anybody's time. Gainerzilla, $2. Who are your top 3 stand-ups? I think at different times I like different stand-ups. So when I was young, I liked Andy Kaufman. I thought that trolling the audience was the funniest thing. And, there's still some of that in Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde is today's Andy Kaufman. And, you have classic actions like the TED Talk, the Sam Hyde TED Talk, trolling the audience. That's a classic, Andy Kaufman move. I don't watch a lot of stand-ups anymore. I did really enjoy Sam's stand-up. It was really funny in person. So probably Sam is up there in the top 3 for sure. I like Sam Tripoli a lot. I think Sam is super funny. And when I actually went and hung out with him last year in LA when we went to the Comedy Store, we watched Sam do stand-up, kind of just improv crowd work. And then we went to the Jimmy Dore show. That's when we met Rob Schneider and got to hang out with Kurt Metzger, Jimmy Dore, Rob Schneider, Sam Tripoli. My only criticism of Sam is just that sometimes it's too raunchy for me, but he's super funny. But he's also in that LA atmosphere of, blue comedy is the norm. But it's just not my. I'm more into wacky, goofy stuff. I don't mind dirty jokes; it doesn't offend me or bother me. It's just like when it's too gross, it's just a little much for me. So if it's not too gross, I don't mind. Like dirty jokes don't bother me. So I mean, Tripoli is really, really funny. I just, some of the avenues of the stuff honestly grosses me out. It's not even if it's funny, it's almost like sometimes it's a little too gross for me. But I do think he's super, super funny. And he's overlooked when it comes to like Bert Kreischer and, I don't know, the other famous big comics. Like Sam Tripoli is way funnier than those dudes. Because I know that like Sam Tripoli can walk into a room of 30 Canadians and just kill it. Improv, 20 minutes. I saw this live. With no preparation, no idea, all crowd work. It's all just improv. Could Bert Kreischer do that? I don't know that he could. I mean, I don't watch a lot of Bert Kreischer, but like, to me, that's a really funny person. That somebody could just walk into a room and just kill it with no idea what's going on. And who else do I like? I don't even know. I thought when people get super political, it also bugs me because like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I thought Anthony Jeselnik was really funny. And even that, sometimes it gets too raunchy and dark, and it's just like, this is gross. Bill Burr has had his moments where I thought he was, like that time where he just ripped on the Boston crowd, for like 10 minutes. That's really funny. And that he did that on the spot is pretty amazing. Obviously, Dave Chappelle's really funny, but a lot of the stand-ups just get on my nerves. That's the thing about stand-up is like, I mean, I think Leonardo is really funny. I like that she's so bold and edgy. But I'm trying to think of strictly stand-ups. I mean, Shane Gillis is funny. Cat Williams can be funny. It's just tough. I also kind of don't really like most stand-ups. I mean, it's just such a hard thing to judge. You know what I mean? I'd rather watch sketch comedy. To me, that's funnier than. I mean, I appreciate stand-up. Stand-up got so dark and nihilistic and political for the last 15 years that it just turned me off. Like the whole thing, unless it's like Sam Tripoli or Sam Hyde or something like that. Like it's just so gross and raunchy and political, and it's just annoying. Theo Vaughn would be in the top 3. I've always liked Theo, even the first time I saw him like 10 years ago when he was like not even that well known. Saw him on the internet. We saw him live in Nashville a few years ago. Sam Hyde, Theo Vaughn, Tripoli's up there. Leonardo is up there. Who else? Who do you guys think's funny? You guys help me out here. I can't even think of all of them. I mean, Louis C.K. is funny. I've always liked Stephen Wright. The thing about Stephen Wright, it's a little 90s and kind of dated. And then, Bill Burr went fully woke, so... Tim Dillon, I think, is funny, but I'm not like... I haven't watched a lot of Tim Dillon, so I'd have to go watch more of it to see if I thought it was like... Some of my... I've really been impressed with, like, Theo's getting bold, and Theo's bold, dude. Patrice was always funny. I always liked Norm Macdonald, even in the 90s. I liked Norm Macdonald a lot. Like, I remember watching Norm Macdonald for the first time he was wearing like a Hawaiian shirt and a white suit. And it was like one of those early 90s. It was back during this time. Yeah, like when I first started watching stand-up was like back in these days. Yeah. Like this time.
You ever get a present for your dog? My grandmother sent my dog a sweater. Oh, what a waste of wool that is there. What a sweater for a dog. I don't want to put it on a dog, just humiliates the dog, you know. And what happens if the dog gets lost? He's wearing a sweater. How long is he going to survive in the alleyways with that on, you know?
Remember the old days of the Comedy Channel before Comedy Central? And then Comedy Central in the 90s was actually pretty fun. Like it was enjoyable. And then all of this stuff just literally became Democratic Party propaganda mouthpiece. And then it was just unbearable. Like from 1999 to 2015, stand-up was just unbearable and just garbage. But at least in that time period, like there were still funny comedians that weren't getting canceled. But from like 2010, and it was Kramer. Remember, Kramer was the first to get canceled for saying the N-word, right? Isn't that crazy? That they just like ruined his career pretty much for the N-word. And then somebody else there was another person that got canceled. Actually, I was thinking about this. Nobody remembers Charles Rocket. I never really thought he was that funny, but now looking back, he got canceled way before anyone else from the Rocket Report because he said the F word. So back in the day, Charles Rocket used to do the Rocket Report on Saturday Night Live, and one day he slipped up in the early 80s and said the F word, and it ended his career. Yeah, here it is.
Charlie, how are you feeling after you been shot?
Oh man, this is the first time I've been shot, but I'm like, you don't fuck me.
Dude, even Eddie Murphy is over there doing a soy face because Charles Rocket said the F word, right?
You don't fuck me.
Now, this was a different time when you couldn't say any cuss word and you would immediately get fired. Now, I understand that there are certain rules that have to be there for what is said and shown on TV. But at the same time, this was kind of the earlier version of canceling, because I get it. There would be the worst that would happen is a fine, right? So somebody says the F word on TV, I could get being fined, and it probably wasn't even that much money, like a few $1,000s for slipping up, and the FCC fines you for the F words, for whatever. But I mean, that's just kind of crazy nowadays, right? And morals were definitely better then. However, it's that ideology and mindset that's behind cancel culture. To think that your whole career ends because at the end of a live TV show, you slipped up and said the F word. And then that got Charles Rocket fired, and he was pretty much done forever. I mean, he probably went on to just continue doing stand-up. But the more I was thinking about cancel culture and stand-up comedians and all that, it's like, this is why being able to freely speak is so important, because controlling your speech is, and I'm not necessarily like a total free speech absolutist, because that verges over into the idiotic libertarian ideas of like, PDF stuff and all that. That's crazy. But the older that you get, the more that you, I think, value the ability to freely speak your mind. And like in that debate with those Skittles dudes on Piers Morgan, they don't understand. They're too young to understand that the world that they want is a dystopian nightmare world. Because you notice as we tried to flesh out the logic with Parker says you can't even say the words that stand for the R word. That's the absurdity of where this goes. You can see this in the way that the socialist dictatorships go. Look at socialist countries like Fabian Socialist UK, where you go to jail for the words now that you say on social media. That's where this goes. It is a slippery slope. Just like pee-pee and poo-poo is a slippery slope to let me have my love for cat carcasses. Who are you to stop me, bigot? It is a slippery slope. So cancellation actually began with these, I would say it's kind of bizarre, like the hyper moral standards of the old media code, because this is not very far away from gay characters, right? So you start getting gay characters, you start getting Skittles stuff on network TV. That's okay. And that's promoted. But you still can't say the F word or shit, even in the 90s? Does that make any sense? Rick, I'm trying to find your super chat. I can't find it. But I also have to look on the other. You might have sent the super chat through Streamlabs, and I got a bunch of those to catch up on. So I'm not ignoring your comment. I'm going to read it. Why don't y'all just all send me $1,000 super chats, and then I'll immediately read those. And I won't wait to read your $2 super chat. So anyway, I think that the hyper-moralization positions were actually enforced way earlier than we thought, that were not consistent, because you could have Will and Grace, but you couldn't say shit. I'm pretty sure in the 90s. Or the F word. So then you started getting comedians being canceled. What's Kramer's name? Michael, what's his face? Michael Richards. I couldn't think of his name. He is what? The most famous recent. This is what kicked off 18 years ago at the Laugh Factory. Now this is what's crazy. So they called this a racist tirade, and what I remember is like, how's this any different than like every other stand-up at the time? But I don't remember what he says. Let's see what it was.
Shut up! 50 years ago, you had your upside down with a fucking fork up your ass! You can talk, your brain now, roll that stuff, he's a nigger! He's a nigger! He's a nigger!
Oh my god.
A nigger, look at the nigger!
This sounds like a stand-up bit, and it's in the midst of a bit that he's doing. I don't know. I haven't heard this whole clip. This is like 20 years old, right? So it sounds like he's doing a bit, and then they're all saying, oh, this was a racist tirade. How is this any different than what every other stand-up ever does? I don't get it.
All right, you see? It shocks you to see what very beneath your stupid motherfucker does.
So he was trying to make some point. I don't know what it is because I haven't seen the whole bit here. And then he's saying, oh, it shocks you. It shocks you. So he's probably trying to call out some kind of like cultural hypocrisy. And then everyone in the audience is like, oh. And then he says, oh, that shocked you. It shocked you. Now, what's interesting is that it's odd to me that he was chosen, or that this became a big cancellation affair, because he's a pretty committed Freemason, if you didn't know. And they even put him on the Masonic magazine back in the day. Scottish Rite. Look, so he was on the Scottish Rite, the front page of their thing back in the heyday of Seinfeld, right? Yeah, and that's real. But it wasn't even enough to get him canceled or to get him not canceled after this quote tirade. And is he Jewish too? I don't even know if he's Jewish. Probably. That's weird. Not ethnically Jewish, but supposedly converted to Jewish. But this says, no, he did not convert to Judaism. So maybe he got chosen because he was not Jewish. I don't know, but... Oh, so it's looks like he's getting mad at the black people talking in the crowd as he's trying to do his routine. Maybe that's why they're calling it a racist tirade.
I don't know. You get it doing what?
Oh, and now all the black people are getting mad and uppity because he said the N word. It's time to fight over that. That's them's as fighting words. Now, who, and here's an interesting question. When was it decided and when was it determined that this word became a fighting, killing word? It's like David Lynch's Dune, right? It's a killing, Maudie becomes a killing word. But when did that happen? And how did this happen exactly? How does word magic? People are so superstitious. That's what I even said that to the Skittles dudes over the R word. I was like, you guys are superstitious. Like you the words have magical powers. Are you a Kabbalist? Are you a sorcerer? The word. And all any of this is control. That's all this is. All of this stuff, the words, the hate speech, it's just control. It's just to control you. It's power and control, and you not being able to speak your mind and thus be controlled.
Wait a minute, where's he going?
Well, now wait a minute. The black dudes can call him Cracker. And now they're ready to fight. So then they start threatening him, and Kramer says, "Are you threatening me?"
Oh, you're threatening me? What you about? Oh, it's a big threat. That's how you get back in the man. That was real call for it. Wait a minute, he's not going there, baby. You're not funny. That's how you read that. Never had no show, never had no movie. I'm trying to do it, that's it.
You a reject, never had no shows, no movies, just the biggest show ever. You a reject, you ain't never had no shows, just Seinfeld. That wasn't the best cut down. I mean, he's like a major character in one of the biggest shows ever, but whatever.
Oh, I guess you got me there. You're absolutely right. I'm just a wash up. Gotta stand on the stage. Oh, but to leave. That's it. We had it.
Dang, all the black people get up and leaving. That's crazy.
We had it.
That black dude's ready to go to the mat, to the octagon over that. That's the thing, is like, if you go to the comedy club, the expectation was always you get made fun of. You get called names. And by the way, I played basketball my whole life. Not so much anymore, but do you know how many black dudes call me cracker on the basketball court? And do you think I cared? It's funny. Like, what? I don't understand. Like, why do people... First of all, cracker is a funny insult, because I don't really understand why it's insulting. Unless it's just like dry. Look at that dry white boy. He dry. He's not moist. Cracker. He's crusty. He's breakable. What are the qualities of a cracker that are supposed to hurt my feelings? I'm trying to figure it out. Being not wet, unmoist, cracker, breakable, not nutritious, filling but not nutritious. What? Saltine. He called me saltine. Salty, maybe. I got a bad attitude. Salty. Look at that salty, that saltine white boy. Cracker. White bread. I mean, if you lived your life playing basketball, which I did for many, many, many years of my life, number one, you would be able to be made fun of, because if you play basketball with black dudes, you get made fun of. And you have to learn to ride on the bus to basketball games for hours with a giant bus full of black dudes making jokes. Did you know that all black dudes do is race jokes and make fun of white and black people and Asian people and every other type of people? That's all they do. The whole bus ride for 4 hours with a bus full of black dudes and one white dude or two white dudes. And that's me and the water boy. All it is mama jokes and figuring out who is weak. If you can't be made fun of, then you're weak, dude. Get out of here. Weak sauce. So it's really weird if you lived in that world and played basketball and got used to being cold. I just thought it was white boy, cracker, white. There's not even any good cut downs that black dudes have for white dudes. They need to come up with better ones, because it was always just funny. And by the way, if you're a white dude and you do impressions, black dudes automatically love you. As soon as I could hit a 3-pointer and do an impression, did all the black dudes love me? I could get away with whatever. Plus, I'm on the basketball team, so there you go. I feel like a lot of people are not learning the experiences that everyone should learn, having been on the basketball team. So why don't we get everybody to go back on the basketball team? Then everybody would be okay like me. You wouldn't be hurt. You wouldn't have your feelings hurt from being called cracker and white bread. And by the way, every black dude makes fun of every other black dude with every imaginable black joke. he seems to be making the point, and maybe he did get too mad and he wasn't being funny enough. Maybe he just lost his temper, right, in this bit that he's doing. Because his point seems to be the words are like MK Ultra triggers or something that make you, so you hear a word and you want to kill people. You want to, like, you feel like you're justified to like jump up and kill people now. That seems to be his point here. Now, he may have lost his temper and it was bad optics or whatever, but it's just, isn't it interesting that the beginning of cancel culture comes out of the comedy world? And then somebody else reminded me that around the same time, cancel culture kicked off with, there was some baseball player, a white dude that got canceled around this time of 2000, 2002, somewhere in there. But I forget what it was. Let's see who it was. First cancel culture instant victim. I think it was a baseball player. Was it a white dude playing baseball? No. Somebody in sports supposedly was the first before Kramer. But I don't remember who it was. No, it's not 2010. But you know, it went from the race stuff to it. Here's the crazy thing. It stayed in the comedy world. Remember this? With the sex stuff in the comedy world. Then it became women. So it's like women got jealous of black people oppression, and they were like, we got to get in on this. And so then women did, I got asked out on a date and it was sexual harassment. Remember, they canceled Aziz Ansari. They tried to cancel Brian Callen. Who's the baseball player that got canceled? Yeah, and then what happens is all of these people are told to do a public apology tour, and that makes it 10 times worse. And then the people that you apologize to smell the blood and they get 10 times worse. Here we go. 10 historical examples of cancel culture. Let's see who was first. No, I don't want ancient history cancel culture. There was some sports person. Let's see, 2000s. Let's try this. But I will say what's interesting about the Kramer incident is that now, Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson was canceled. And Mel was canceled because he got drunk and talked about Woody Allen, shall we say. Remember that? Remember that one was crazy. (2006). So Mel Gibson got drunk, got pulled over 2006. And that's what, 2 or 3 years after, right around, no, 2006. Dude, 2006 was the year of the beginning of the cancel culture. Interesting. Does anybody in the chat remember anybody else that was canceled? Was it basketball? And speaking of basketball, this is so crazy that the black girls basically beat up Caitlin Clark now. And then they made her like do some sort of weird like you must pledge allegiance to Wakanda or something, right? I was watching the Hodge twins talk about this. Where's it at? Where are they at? Conservative twins. Why is it saying twins pod? Here we go. Yeah, here it is.
It was like.
Well, since we're talking about sub-Saharan women, y'all want to talk about the WNBA and how the WNBA is like relevant now?
They're not relevant. I don't give a shit about the WNBA. Yeah. That league sucks. Well, they still ain't making no money.
I'll tell you why they're relevant is because of this one white girl that just keeps flexing on all the black girls, man.
Yeah. White people love black girls.
Caitlin Clark. Let's just watch this compilation.
Her legs all open. Probably because you got hit by some sub-Saharan chick.
She gets bodied, dude, like NFL linebacker style.
Now, I have actually scrimmaged against black girls. Back when I used to play basketball, sometimes we would scrimmage against the black girls on the girls' team. And they are not nice. The black girls will scratch, punch, elbow, kick like crazy. So I can attest to this being real.
What? That is crazy.
Yeah. Look at this. They clock her ass, man.
Yeah, black women hate her.
Dude, I don't even see like LeBron get battered like this.
Yeah.
And he like somebody has bad breath and they breathe on him and he goes flying back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she actually spoke out for black women. There's just a black women's league.
Yeah, she's a
Yeah, so they made her do the like, you must pledge allegiance to Wakanda or else you will be canceled. So they're still doing cancel culture, but why? And then she submitted to it. What does she have to apologize for? A white chick who's good at basketball, which is pretty damn rare. Why is she supposed to apologize? What did she do wrong? It's a black women's league. Wait a minute. Are we back to the 1920s? I thought that was the whole thing with Jackie Robinson or whatever. Like what? So wait, you want race-based leagues? I thought we're not supposed to have that now. But now you want that. But if we had the white girls league, everybody would get mad and say it's racist. But now the black people want black league. I don't understand.
Like a leftist.
She's like a cuck for black women.
Yeah,
and they beat the crap out of her.
She's well, that's what happens when you come.
So this is what it is they won't let her. First of all, people come to see her because she's like white Kobe. White girl Kobe Bryant, right? They come to see her, but then she has to like pledge allegiance to Wakanda and bow and worship black people. Or else she loses her money. That's the thing. That's how all this stuff is still controlled with money. And venues that cancel everybody and cancel all this stuff, it's still controlled with money. Even though people are freed up a little bit on social media now. I'm not exactly sure why, but for whatever reason this has happened in the last year. I mean, partly to do with Elon and X, yes, but why this happened on all the other ones, I'm not exactly sure. But it's still outside of yapping on social media. All this stuff is still controlled. Venues will still cancel anybody. This happens all the time now. People get canceled all the time at venues. You can't have your event. Leonardo can't do stand-up because she has to do a secret event. And remember when Roosh was doing live events? He had to do that too. Because the left will call the venue and everybody at venues is so scared. There's no even reason to be scared. Unless the left makes some kind of threat of violence, which they do sometimes. The right doesn't ever threaten violence. It's crazy. But the left will cajole and threaten. Sam Hyde. Remember Sam Hyde got canceled by the Jewish Daily Beast writer. Forget his name. Sam Hyde gets canceled. World Peace gets canceled from Adult Swim because of the Jews rock skit. Now, at the same time, I'm from the South. I am a Caucasian man. And being a Caucasian man from the South, do you know how many movies have made fun of Southern people? forever. A lot. Still to this day. Did it ever bother me, the stereotype? No, I don't ever care. Although sometimes it's a little over the top. It's like, come on now. Every villain is a blue-eyed, blonde-haired dude? Come on. Not every villain in the world is blue-eyed, blonde-haired person. But it never bothered me. And by the way, there are a lot of trashy rednecks. I don't care. People making fun of that. But in Hollywood's mind, like, the ultimate bad person is a blue-eyed, blonde-haired Southern person. That's like the ultimate villain, right? Even though, by the way, people don't know this, I can go down to the Confederate monuments, like not very far from here, and guess what all the names are on the Confederate monuments? Jewish theme. All the Confederate monuments are Jewish names around here. Interesting. Have you ever heard that? Has anybody ever talked about that? No, that's verifiably 100% true. Maybe that's why they want to take all the Confederate monuments down, because the names are all Jewish. I'm not kidding. That's actually true. Yeah, I think a lot of comedians ended up having to do secret venues. Now, Roosh is actually a funny guy, but he's not a comedian. But he was having to do the secret venues, but that was before, maybe it was around the same time. But I remember when when they were trying to remove all the monuments, like 10 years ago, or 8 years ago, when that was a huge deal. And I'm like, I've grown up around the Confederate monuments since I was a kid, and the names are all Jewish. So what do you mean? I mean, they're not literally all Jewish. I'm making a joke, but a lot of them are. It's like you got Ezekiel Weinstein fighting for the Confederacy, but that's got to be canceled. But now I'm confused, because is that anti-Semitic if we remove the Confederate monument that's all Jewish names? It's so crazy, right? But everyone is so insane that it doesn't even matter. Like, nobody even cares. Nothing is ever going to make sense. Everything's just insane. I'm not being blackpilled. I'm making jokes. One shot, $20. I grew up with a lot of islanders from Guam. They have a slang for white people that is haole. It stems from howdy, which is the ironic part, because howdy is what my friends say, and we all thought it was hilarious. Yeah, exactly. In the 90s, all of the racial and sexual jokes that everybody did were all funny because it was just funny. Now, if a white person said the N-word in the 90s, you might get a black dude wanting to fight you, but that's about it. And then it became a thing where it would lose you your life, dude. That's crazy. Remember when Ben Affleck, right? They made Ben Affleck apologize because he had a descendant who was a slave owner. Remember that? That was crazy. So, dude, they even tried to cancel Affleck over this stuff. Did he actually do an apology? Ben Affleck's ancestors owned slaves. His great-great-grandfather, Benjamin Cole, was a wealthy landowner in Georgia. Owned himself a dozen of the slave there in Georgia. And then Ben Affleck apologizes for... This is so crazy. Apologizing for your great, three greats, triple great removed grandfather. Apologize for your great-great-great-great-grandfather. Well, now wait a minute. Isn't it conceivable that everyone's great-great-great-great-grandfather also did something wrong? So wait, so should everyone apologize for their great-great-great-great-grand? I'm trying to figure out the logic of this. How does this work exactly? What's the dynamics of reparations apologies for great-great-great-great-grandfather. And by the way, what about great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather? What if my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was a black Jew and he did virtuous things according to what's supposed to be virtuous? Does his actions cancel out his son, that is my great-great-great-grandfather's racist actions? How can it cancel out? You see how retarded all this is? All this shit is retarded, and nothing. All it is to control people. That's it. It's all just control. That's all it is. None of your business. $5. I watched Piers Morgan. You and Andrew debated Parker and that other goofus. That other fool. Great job. No mute buttons for Parker. So I saw thousands of comments about Parker's mute. I didn't even know that his whole shtick is to mute people on TikTok. I don't go on TikTok a lot. Was it Ty Cobb that was a baseball player? No. In the 90s or 2000s, somebody got canceled. And then even if you're a leftist, it's funny. You're not immune. See, all the comedians and Hollywood dudes, they thought they would be immune because they're Democrats and they're leftists and they're feminists. Oh, Joss Whedon is a Democrat feminist. Oh, you thought you were immune? Oh, and then you got canceled by all the girls because of Me Too. So, good job doing nothing. Good job failing by being a feminist, you goofus. Goofus Hillary supporter. Oh, I'm a feminist Democrat. And I just can't stand the toxic masculine. Okay. Yeah, they're going to eat you. The left eats its own all the time. Tyler Williams, $5. That show about nothing, though. You talking about Seinfeld? JB Peltier, $5. James Donald Forms McCann is funny. Look him up. James Donald Forms McCann. Sounds like a damn serial killer with that name. Anyway. You know, fat dudes are pretty funny on average. Fat dudes are usually pretty funny. I'm trying to think about. Let's see.
What's your name, sir?
Brits and Aussies can be pretty funny. New Zealanders can be. I mean, I think, Fly the Conchords is really funny.
Brad, great name. Bradley or Brad? Really? You like Brad? You ever sometimes go at Bradley when you're feeling a bit silly, getting your coffee order, and you're like, oh, let's try it out? Never. I do it all the time. I'm James, and I'll sometimes go, I'm Bradley. And I see. No, I go, Jimmy. I turn up and I think, maybe today's the day I've become a Jimmy. And it never is, and sometimes I forget that they're calling for Jimmy and that's still me. And then one time I went with friends and I tried it and they're all like, we're Jimmy now, are we? And it's like, oh, fuck, man. Everyone knows I'm a big loser.
I mean, the fat guy self-deprecating stuff can be pretty good. H. Brazzi, $10. If people must apologize for ancestry, then literally every black person would have to apologize to each other because West Africans would catch and sell slaves to Middle Eastern peoples, and the Atlantic slave trade was built on that. Yes, that is correct. But you are only supposed to cite history from the left, which tells us in a revised history way that all colonizers are white people, even though every civilization that was a historic civilization had colonies. I mean, no, only white people colonized. And then you got Mexico basically invading California, deciding that white people have colonized their Cholo Wakanda, whatever the Cholo version of Wakanda is. By the way, everybody likes race jokes because they're funny. When have race jokes not been funny? They're always funny. Now, that doesn't mean that you can just do like Brendan Schaub and like repeat everybody else's low tier race joke from 10 years ago and do a stand-up routine based on that. That ain't gonna work. But new and fresh race jokes will never stop being funny, because black people and white people and Cholo people and Hispanic Mexican people and Asian peoples are always gonna make fun of each other because it's funny. And all comedy is pattern recognition and making a creative joke out of the pattern recognition. Noticing that black people do this. Guess what? Black comedians have forever made fun of white people dancing, and it's funny. It will never not be funny because white people usually dance funny. They look funny dancing. And I'm a white dude. But that's objectively true because it's a pattern recognition thing. Go watch Steve Winwood dancing in the Higher Love video. And then think about how a black person would look at that, and that's funny. Because Steve Winwood, like, it's the whitest dance ever of a white dude. And he's also bold with it. He's not even conscious that it looks like the ultimate white dude dance, and it's funny looking. And Steve Winwood is just bold, just rolling with it the whole video. Let's see if I can get away with this. I can't play the song. Let's see if we can find a little clip of him doing the white guy shoulder move. It's like this. And then a clap. That's the white dude dance. White dude dance consists of about 3 moves. Very little to no feet movement. So keep your feet in the same place. Maybe a little bit of a step. But don't step beyond a little step. Don't step 2 steps. Step once, like you're afraid of it, and then step back. That's a white dad dance. You do like this, a little bit of that, and then do a little, put your foot out a little bit, and then step back. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. We're not black people. We're not going to do more than 1/2 of a step. Whoa, I'm a white guy. I don't do 2 to 3 steps, okay? Now watch the amazing white dad shoulder movement of Steve Winwood in Higher Love. Watch this. We got a look up, shoulder, okay, shoulder. Imagine throwing punches, but don't use your arm. Right? That's white guy dance movements. A little bit of this. Shoulder, this. Okay. You got girls going crazy. A little bit of this. It's funny to watch without the music, right? It's just like, here we go. Then Tina Turner shows up, and then he gets a little jiggly. Watch this. Tina Turner shows up. Steve Winwood's like, oh, what do I do? And by the way, I'm not seeing a lot of claps. Maybe Steve is more of a snapper. White guy, white dad dance. Ooh, only take 1/2 step, don't take 2. I'm white dad, don't do 2 steps. I'm not black. 1/2 step, white dad, snap, snap, snap. I'm not black, That's a white dude dance if there ever was one. And a white dude haircut too. Every white dude in the 80s had that lion's mane Patrick Swayze haircut right there. Whoop, up, side to side, snap. Oh, there we go. Look at that little turn. He's getting sassy. He did a little turn and snap. Going crazy white dude style. Now listen, every black dude ever has laughed at white people dancing, and I don't care. It's funny. How is this not funny, by the way? Ooh, snap, snap. Ooh, snap, snap. Anyway, that's like the whitest dad dance ever, and it's funny. And why would you not laugh at it? Ashley Costco, $5. No, we did that. Okay, I feel like this is where I miss everybody's super chats. because I have to remember to also come over here to Streamlabs. So Ricky Daddy, Dirty Daddy, or whatever his name is, Dirty Drain, Ricky Daddy, was saying I missed his super chat. Let's see. Storm the Cat, $10. If in Fight Club, Tyler Durden says Edward Norton's right hand is a mark of the beast while giving him a speech about how they don't need God. And in fact, I included Fight Club in Esoteric Hollywood 3. You are correct to note. I won't spill the beans too much, but I do go down that route when I analyze Fight Club. So you read my mind. Osmotic, $5. Is Gematria fake and great? Yes. Simple answer. Ruben Freer, $3. Jay, I love your work. I was wondering if you would come up and talk about tag. I'm in the X stream. Well, to be honest with you, I just wasn't in a tag mood today. And that was 3 hours ago. So maybe if you're still there. $20, none of your business. No, we already did that. Okay. I got to look for the ones we haven't done. Alderbana, £2. Are you sure it wasn't your table leg fart fallacy? I think I read that, but I like it. I'll read it again. Ruben Freer again. I want to talk about tag. I'm a Protestant. Well, if you're still there. Crease, $5. Crease? Dude's just named Crease. Crease, $5. Jay, I'm poor. I will be investing in Bitcoin. Thanks to your advice. I'm not a registered financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do. I hope you have a live event in South Florida. God bless you and Jamie. Well, I'll tell you, Orlando is as far down as we've gotten. But I did talk to Luke Radowski a few weeks ago, and I mentioned doing some stuff again with Luke this summer. So maybe this summer we'll try to plan a Miami event, because that's pretty south. Jen's $3. Don't say be normal. Normal is not normal anymore. How far is acting like a 1950s Protestant boomer dork going to go nowadays? Am I the Protestant boomer dork from the 1950s? I don't feel like I'm that. I mean, I could be. Did you mean the drip? The styles? I don't know. But probably, I don't know. There's such a reaction to the degeneracy. I feel like if you just be normal in the 1950s Protestant dork way, you probably would do a lot better than you think. Gen Z, no, wait, Tribe Called Jake. Oh, we did that. K, $5. This is off topic, but if someone collapses person into nature and agrees that God exists outside of creation, how do they reconcile him creating with us or interacting with us? Well, yeah, the technical term there is called, it's a version of modal collapse, right? That's the modal collapse argument, and it would really make God unknowable. So that's, you're basically expressing the main qualm that is the modal collapse argument. Toxicness, $5. The Pope just came out and, in a full mask-off fashion, announced that he is in support of full open borders. He is a globo homo. Well, that's good to know, because all the trads had their false hope thinking that, oh, he's going to be trad and beige because it's the new Pope. No, it's not. What are you talking about? Pope Leo calls for open borders in his recent speech. To not is to be an exclusionary nationalist. So, I guess he's on the side of Mexico in the LA riots. What team are you on? Are you on Team Mexico or Team White Supremacist? Straight white male. I was with you until you insulted my greatest of all time. You better leave Steve Winwood out of this. Bring me a higher love. Oh, call on me, Valerie. Come and see. I'm the whitest boy I used to be. Beep, beep, beep. What is comedy without tragedy? Troy says. Profound statement. Tragedy and hope. Tragedy is the world wars. Comedy is the hope. Tragedy and hope. Dirty Ricky, I'm trying to find your super chat. Dirty Daddy Ricky, where's he at? It's weird how many times, like I intentionally misname and joke about people's names. It's pretty crazy how often that offends people. They get mad over that. And I'm like, dude, we joke around on this channel all the time. Make fun of everybody's name. Oh man, there went my. What does it look like now? Ooh, I kind of like that with that light off. I look like this is even more Miami Vice. I might roll with it. Dell, the funky Homo sapien, $2. Do you have any thoughts about suspenders? I've never liked suspenders. Always a belt dude. To me, suspenders look dorky. I mean, I know it's classy or whatever. It's classy. I don't like suspenders. I'm trying to find your super chat, dog. Maybe it's a Streamlab, so we still got more of those to go. Let's see. Straight White Male says that the RAM is not there. I need that PC. Well, what about you guys know all this tech shit? Look, go tell me what the Studio Mac has. Maybe that's what I need, because it's probably called that because people that work in movies and do studio shit, they got to have some kind of powerful computer, and surely Mac wants to also sell to that group as well, right? Like, it's not just going to be PC, right? I don't know. Straight White Male, tell me the specs on the Mac Studio, whatever. Anonymous, $5. It was John Rocker. Yes, 99. John Rocker was a pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. In 1999 or 2000, he was canceled because he talked about the subway in Queens and foreign languages. That's all he did. That's insane, dude. He got canceled. That's the stupidest thing ever. John Rocker. It's a pretty awesome name, by the way. Yeah, this is it. His career was over because he mouthed off about the subway. This is crazy. Let's see exactly what it was. Rocker talked his way out of baseball, literally, beginning his infamous interview with Sports Illustrated that took place in 1999. He pretty much insulted every group, as well as all of New York City, with these profanity-laced tirades. Oh, so once again, see how I'm starting to think that profanity, and again, I understand you can be over the top. At times it's impropriety. I'm starting to think profanity itself was a means of controlling the language. Now, I'm not who's the worst boomer nihilist comedian? Who's that? I can't stand him. I just went blank. My mind's turning to mush from too much live streaming. Who's the ultimate boomer nihilist comedy man? Like, he's the one that said this. He's the one that originally said that the only reason that they care about the cuss words is controlling what people say. What's his name? I can't stand his stand-up. Boomer nihilist atheist man. What's his name? I think he might actually be right about this. Maybe he's right about this. Because I remember the first time I heard that in the 90s, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. And looking back, see how they're tying in his bigoted tirade. He's a bigot. And it's tied into his profanity. As if major news networks and media, like, they care about morals and profanity. Oh, it was profane. Give me a break. It's so fake. See the fake moral high ground of not saying profanity is basically the same attitude and logic behind, oh, they said the mean words about other ethnic groups. Who's the freaking boomer comedian that said this forever ago? There's a club, you're not in it. I don't know why I'm going. George Carlin, thank you. I don't know why I went blank on that, but this is what George Carlin used to say. He's like, it's not. They don't care about the cuss word. It's actually to control speech. He says something like this. I think he's right about that. Well, I want to know what his tirade was. This actually sounds pretty funny because it was probably too accurate, right? His tirade was probably like telling the truth about a zillion different ethnicities in the subway. Oh, the other. Oh, he said a Skittles. Oh my gosh, he said something about Skittles people. Oh my gosh. And then they made him apologize. Even though it might appear that I'm racist, I am not racist. So look at this. Back in this was an article from like 2000. Yeah. So he got canceled even before Mel Gibson and Kramer. And they made him do the public humiliation ritual apology. It's like, oh, you want your $1 million contract? Do a public humiliation ritual. See, that's why you got to have FU money. You got to have individual sovereignty. Now, let's see what's going on in Los Angeles, because that relates to all this. Because, oh, wait a minute. You see how crazy this is getting? Oh, you don't support LA being run over? And if you don't support LA becoming Mexico, you're racist. See how they've gotten to this point now?
Protest over in Los Angeles and what the Trump administration is now doing to try to tackle that entire situation. I want to take a look at some of this footage over in that area, some aerial footage courtesy of our partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Take a look at this. President Trump deploying 2,000 California National Guard troops to LA over the objections of Governor Gavin Newsom after a second day of clashes between hundreds of protesters and federal immigration authorities in riot.
Well, mostly peaceful protesters, though. I see a commie flag and I see 3 Mexico flags. So if you don't support Los Angeles becoming Mexico, you are racist. Also, it has to become communist too. I don't want to hear these people yapping. I want to see what's going on. Mostly peaceful. Mostly peaceful.
To provide some sort in the Insurrection Act. That is basically saying that state and local.
Mostly peaceful, unless you got a Honda sedan, unless you got a family sedan. It's mostly peaceful.
Authorities have lost control of the situation, and the only way they can gain control, protect the public, is to declare the Insurrection Act, and he could do that. He has not yet, but they were providing support, and they have a couple of Coast Guardsmen on board a ship.
Now, I'm not saying that it's not a riot or what, but this looks like the same intersection. And it's the famous LA intersection by that big donut sign, which, Dale's Donuts, which that area is kind of rough. Last time we were there,
for the Coast Guard,
we were in that area. So is it just one car burning at that intersection? I mean, that's bad enough, but.
And put them on the steps were stood down.
But what's interesting about this is that we were saying not just me, but Tripoli said it, Mel K said it. Tripoli said it on Rogan because the question came up, what are we going to see? What's going to be, what's the system going to pull? And we were talking about it months ago, and it was like, a year ago even. There's either going to be war, economic collapse, race riots, another scam, demic. That's about it. Fake flags. That's really the only options. It looks like they went with race riot, right? And this was to provoke Trump to use the National Guard so that then they could justify, oh, look, it's a fascist regime. When the left is 1,000 times more fascist than anybody on the so-called right.
First, and the students came onto campus. So there's a lot of different ways legally this can be done.
Staying on some of the topics that you just mentioned, I do want to put up a post from California Governor Gavin Newsom. I'm going to take it here. So he posted this on X.
Now keep in mind, California is the test bed for where the rest of the country is intended to go. California is 20 years ahead of the rest of the country. So what you see going on in California is the future. That's what's coming. Eventually, Texas must be Mexico. Eventually, Tennessee must be Mexico, you see. And at the same time as you're supposed to be thinking that it's going to become Mexico, more and more mosques pop up. What do you know? There's mosques in Nashville. From one end to the next. Where do we get all these mosques in Nashville all of a sudden? In the 90s, I never even heard of a mosque in Tennessee. Let's see how many mosques are in Nashville now. By the way, not only mosques, there's giant Hindu temples in Nashville. Yes, you heard me right. Giant Hindu temples. Why the hell are there giant Hindu temples? Look at this. Mosques all over Nashville now. Giant mosques. Bellevue, giant mosque. Islamic Center, Murfreesboro. That's outside Nashville. Look at this. All over Nashville. Nashville Islamic International Academy. What the hell? Look at this nonsense. Why are you being a bigot? Islam isn't growing. Yes, it is. What are you talking about? I don't remember any mosques in the 90s, dude. Now, maybe there was one. I just didn't know about it, but like. Let's see how many actually comes up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 official mosques. A cultural center. What the hell is that? An Islamic center. Another 5 mosques. And another Islamic center. So basically 8. No. From like 1 to 8. 1 mosque to 8 mosques. And this is what the left wants. The left, they think this is great. They think, yes, the Muslims are our BFFs. They're going to come and replace these evil white Christians. And it's going to be so much better when we have Islamic society. Well, you're going to find out how much better it is. Anyway, is it just one intersection or is this really a riot? I want to see. I want to know.
You're taking a look here at some of those troops that are already down there on the ground in preparation for some of the protests that we may see later on today. Let's talk about what could unfold. I want to bring into the
they keep bringing on boomer yapping heads. I don't want to hear from boomers. I just want to see what's going on. But we know the mainstream media doesn't want to show it, right? But it's because of ICE raids. Interesting.
Erupts here in LA County. Widespread immigration raids triggering protests from Paramount to downtown. And tonight, an unlawful assembly has been declared as President Trump.
Martial law.
The National Guard members took.
See, all the flags they're flags for another country. They're all like, this is Mexico. They're declaring, this is Mexico, dog. I see a lot of COVID masks, and also they might be masked because of they don't want to be identified.
And other federal agents were apparently staging at or near.
Now, that's funny too, because isn't this where Mexican dudes stand to get hired? I feel like KTLA put that camera up in front of Home Depot to make an inside joke. I mean, maybe not, but I feel like KTLA was making an inside joke here. But why do you want to turn LA into Mexico City? I don't understand. If Mexico City is great and you turn LA into Mexico City, but you came to LA to get away from Mexico, I'm confused why you want to make Los Angeles into Mexico. Of course, we know this is all astroturfed. Sure, this was the Summer of Rage Part 2, right? So we knew the establishment was going to have something, and they got to go with race riots. And they always wait till the summer too. You never have winter race riots. You can only do that in the summer because that's when you pay the homeless people to come do all this, right?
A local Home Depot center. Throngs of protesters gathered in the industrial area.
Gay flags. Look at this guy. He's got a gay flag over his mouth.
Gathered in the
gay flag, or is it a La Raza? Gay La Raza flag. What side of history are you on? Classic Marxist sloganeering.
Industrial area, sparking more clashes between law enforcement and members of the community. Crowds taunted authorities, with some people going so far as to block a U.S. Marshals Service bus, while others hurled rocks and other objects at law enforcement vehicles.
It's so crazy how the left feels like they can do anything. They're justified in doing anything, right? They're insane moralists because they're like, if you say a bad word, the R word, the N word, right, you deserve to die for a word. But if they throw rocks and bricks at cop cars, I'm justified in anything I do because I'm the oppressed one, and oppression points make me justified in doing any action. It's insane. It's demonic.
According to the LA County Sheriff, federal agents responded with pepper balls, rubber bullets, tear gas, and flashbangs. In the last several hours, unfortunately, the crowd has.
And what's funny is that the cops are going to almost all be Hispanic. Like, half of the cops in LA are either black dudes or Hispanic. And then they're going to be fighting the Hispanics. It's crazy.
We believe it.
And then they got a Democratic sheriff. Hey, dude, I'm so totally a Democrat, bro. Like, I believe in, like barely, hardly, should LA be like white or whatever, it should be like largely cholo. So like don't like turn nothing up or nothing. By the way, this is the repeat of the 90s. This is the LA riots of 1992. Remember that? I do. I lived in California when it happened. I didn't live in LA, but
approximately 350, maybe 400. As the crowd has grown,
Luna, I think he's Hispanic, and that dude next to him is definitely Hispanic. So this Hispanic Democrat sheriff is struggling because he doesn't know what to do.
has become more.
He's like, the Democratic Party stands for this, but also like, I'm supposed to be a sheriff or whatever. I'm supposed to keep the law barely, but like, I don't know, bro. Like, maybe I shouldn't or whatever.
A wooden pallet and then a car went up in flames during the unrest, sending black smoke into the air. The cause of the car fire is unclear.
I feel like this is a premonition of where LA and California are going. Now, we were out there not too long ago, and of course we stayed in the nice areas. So I didn't see, Compton. I didn't go to like Cholo City or whatever. So I don't know how bad it, outside of Calabasas in the rich areas and Santa Barbara, I don't know what it's like. So maybe it's pretty bad, but it didn't look bad. The last 2 times we were in LA in the last couple of years, it didn't look as bad as I expected. Now, if you go to be on Tripoli's show, it's over in the Hollywood area, and that area is pretty rough. I don't mean Tripoli's, I'm not dissing him. I'm saying just Hollywood, that area is I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it's just like you get these blue cities and they enforce the craziest policies for their insane, crazy, made up ethic, which is no ethic. And it's a cult. And then you wonder why there's giant AstroTurf riots and people going crazy. Now, so Trump sends in the National Guard and they're all going to say, look, he's a dictator like we said. When we were saying for the last several years that they would do this so that they could have the justification of saying that Trump is, the martial law dictator or whatever, the fascist dictator.
Federal officials say the government is doing its job, enforcing the law, protecting the public, and securing borders.
Yo, the law is racist, Holmes.
This is not justice, but
Yo, the law is barely racist, Holmes. Except not barely, but totally. But also
madness, and that hardworking people.
Also, probably we should make LA into Mexico, but also probably Mexico sucks because I came from Mexico to LA, but also I want to make it into Mexico. Barely.
Are being treated like criminals.
That's because it's a criminal act. If I sneak into China and Xi Jinping arrests me, it's because I committed a criminal action in China. Trying to sneak into China. They ain't gonna let me in. So, did you hear the newscaster? They feel like they're... It's just so crazy that 15 years ago, the Democratic Party was against the open borders because it was hurting the workers in America and their wages. And now the Democratic Party literally says the neoliberal Republican lines of 15, 20, 30 years ago. It's insane. They just flipped the script.
Enforcing the law, protecting the public, and securing borders. Opponents say this is not justice, but madness, and that hardworking people are being treated like criminals.
Yeah, that's because it is a crime. Just like I can't go to China. Remember the bill? Let's see if we can find it. Bill Clinton. Let's see if they haven't pulled it from YouTube. Let's see.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country.
Oh, what?
Jobs they hold might otherwise be...
What? And at the time, GOP and libertarians and all the people that wanted NAFTA and all that nonsense, right? Did you hear Bill Clinton? By the way, Obama was saying the same stuff Clinton was saying when Obama was president.
Place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. that jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants.
Oh, look at that. The Democratic Party was interested in the workers in America being displaced by foreign workers. And even though Bill Clinton was completely corrupt, at least the pretense of the left at that time was that they had to care about the American workers that they supposedly represented. Look how easy it is to dupe a nation of dummies. I'm talking about the nation of America, full of dummies, who will literally flip their own policies if their cult tells them to. This is so crazy.
Impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify...
Whoa, so racist, dude. Whoa.
...illegal aliens in the workplace, as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws.
Trump literally repeats Bill Clinton's phrases, and they call it fascism. That's so crazy. That's literally what Trump said. Like, he literally repeats the Bill Clinton phrases. We're a nation of immigrants, but we're also a nation of laws. Probably. Right? This is so crazy.
It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
Yeah, what about the cholos that come to America legally, bro? Wait a minute. Ain't it a disservice to the legal cholos when you got the illegal cholos, bro? Is that barely even? That's barely even fair, bro. In fact, it's not. But whatever, man. Anyway. Okay, that's enough of that. But it did remind me of... Remember Rodney King? We was Rodney Kings. We was Rodney Kings. Remember that? Dude, this is just the 90s all over again. People said, why did you put LL Cool J on your thumbnail? First of all, because he had Fila Kangol drip in the 80s that looked better than Kevin Smith drip. But number two, because it's also the 90s wherein LL Cool J was popular that are back today. And the LA riots is just Rodney King part 2. Remember Rodney King? Rodney King.
Referred to as the Los Angeles Uprising, the LA riots of 1992 represented a brief hiatus from civility and the rule of law. Welcome to Watch Mojo's Top 5 Facts. In today's...
Now this also, I'm convinced, was some kind of psyop. Now, I'm not saying that Mark Furman, remember him? I'm not saying he was like a hero, a good dude. I don't remember. It's the same thing that happened with Mark Furman that happened with Derek Chauvin, right? They were like, Mark Furman was a member of a racist club. Maybe he was, I don't even know. But that's what they were saying on the news. And then, he's part of some Orange County secret society of racists or something like that. And he could be heard saying a racial slur when he beat Rodney King. I don't remember all the details of the Rodney King thing. Maybe he really was unjustly arrested and beat. I don't know. But hasn't Derek Chauvin been vindicated? I'm pretty sure that the court and the autopsies and all that basically vindicated his account of things. And yet we had didn't we have riots after Floyd? I don't recall exactly, but basically. I mean, that was all part of BLM and stuff, right? And it was the same script of 1992. We was Kangs got beat. Therefore, all the minorities should destroy and loot LA. What? But this is a perfect illustration of what I'm saying, is that the left, which has no morals, pretends to have a moral superiority, finds a instance to capitalize on, and it allows them to be completely lawless and loot and steal and kill. That's the left. And the right never understands this. They always want to, we gotta be nice and reasonable. They're not nice, reasonable people that you're dealing with. They're evil people. They're immoral degenerates. That's who you're dealing with. You're not dealing with a person who's interested. We should debate the civic rights of nationalists and the laws of the Constitution, like the way libertarians think. Well, if we could just convince everybody of rational civil statesmanship, they don't care about that. You think a cholo cares about, hey, bro, I want to be a statesman, bro. I want to be like Ron Paul, dude. I'm going to go get my degree in constitutional law, bro. Don't nobody care about constitutional law. Don't no cholo gonna get a degree from Harvard in constitutional law, bro. See. They're gonna make it Mexico. While you're over here trying to debate the logic of John Locke and property theory and the social contract. Meanwhile, bricks are flying at your face. What did you hear? That true treatises on government, John Locke explains in the social contract. Another brick hits you in the face.
Installment, we'll be providing you 5 insightful facts about a famous historic event, the LA riots of April 1992.
We've all seen the pictures of Los Angeles.
No, I know about the Summer of Rage 2020. I'm trying to think, but was that directly after George Floyd? I can't remember. Maybe it was. I just don't remember. I think it was.
Angeles police officers beating a...
Y'all in the audience fact check. Y'all are my living fact checkers. I trust y'all over. Furman was OJ? I thought Mark Furman. Who beat Rodney King? Let's see.
And they had just pulled over.
Like all things race-related in America, this event is complex and multi-layered, and to fully understand it would take a lot more than just a few minutes.
So every time one of these events happens, the left, the network of NGOs and activists, and the mass criminal media blows it up into a thing to browbeat all white people and all people in the country legally here into submitting and kowtowing. That's the whole thing. That is a giant psyop. And they ignore every time crackers and white bread people get beat up and attacked, because that's legitimate, right? All right, I'm trying to catch up on super chats. I thought the Norteños didn't like Southern Mexicans. Bro, I don't know. That's an internecine cholo conflict. Jonathan Jimenez. You'll have to instruct me, Mr. Jimenez, because I don't know cholo lore, dog. You got to tell me. JB Ryan, $5. I'm an Orthodox catechumen. Deconstruct the idea of penal substitution. Bro, I got about 50 videos on that, so go watch any of the 50 videos on it. David Harris, $2. Meta-narratives is way too much for a slow boy. Fair enough. You could take my philosophy course. You could take Father Deacon and Nice courses. Ballsy, $10. Thank you for pulling me towards orthodoxy. I went for the second time to church. I took my mom and never felt so much at home. Uncle Drew started it, and then you pushed me over the edge. Well, that's great to hear, Ballsy. You heard it from Pope Leo himself. Jesus was an exclusionary nationalist. He said that. These popes are just like, again, we're going to have another greatest Orthodox apologist with this guy. Jam, $2. Without text, what justifies the belief that you hold? Well, it's not the text that justifies. It's the revelation which the text conveys some of that content. So I'm not a Bible worshiping Protestant, nor a Muslim, nor a Torah worshiper. the Orthodox view believes that God's a person, not a book.
Nevertheless, we hope that this video can at least serve as an overview and introduction to this tragic chapter in history.
Los Angeles Police Chief Daryl Gates looked at the tape and said he thinks assault with a deadly weapon will be one of the charges.
Oh, Daryl Gates. Rodney King. I don't remember the exact events, so let's see. Oh, so Rodney King was drinking at Poo Poo Allen's house. I'm not joking. He was at the house of Bryant Poo. He was at Pooh's house, and he got drank. He got lit. He got swerved, and then he got pulled over, and then he got beat up. But who was the cop that got in trouble? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Sergeants Stacy Kuhn, Lawrence Powell, Timothy Wind, and Theodore Brazino. So, okay, you're right. So Mark Furman, I was getting mixed up with my 90s lore. So you're right. Mark Furman has to do with OJ. But I remember they were saying Mark Furman, oh, but he's got some racist connection. Remember that? Because they were talking about that during OJ, and they were like, oh, you can't trust his testimony about OJ. Mark Furman became one of the more controversial figures in the OJ trial. He was convicted of lying on the stand. Oh, interesting. It'd be interesting to know. I've heard a million conspiracy theories about the OJ thing. I have no idea what really happened. It'd be interesting to figure out what was really going on. Joseph sends $2 and his message is retracted. Ooh, wonder what he said. Something controversial. Dirty Dan or whatever your name was. I cannot find your super chat, man. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. People get so mad they think I'm intentionally not reading their super chats. I'm just not seeing it, man. Jay's new car. You are welcome. $1. Look up the 2005 Lexus LS 430. It's the best car ever made. I will say that in the 2000s, Lexus has had a pretty slick look. Or maybe I'm thinking of the 90s. Lexus LS 430? No, not that. LS 430. Yes, I remember that. That is pretty smooth. It looks a lot like the Mercedes at that time. It's not bad. Straight White Male says to look up the spec. He's looking up the specs. The Mac Studio M4 chip would be plenty of power for you without a doubt. All right, well, I guess that's what I'm going to do, because I'm not going to get a PC and go through the nightmare of signing in and loading up all these patches and all this nonsense. It'd be crazy, dude. It would take forever to do that. In fact, I don't know how I'm ever going to even find the black hole 2-channel multi-output patch if I get a new Mac. That's another reason I've been putting it off, is that, dude, it took me all night to make the camera work on this computer with OBS, man. It took all night. I will say that Grok AI is definitely good with that stuff. It helped out. So, I mean, AI might take over and kill everybody, but it's at least helping me solve my tech problems. I'll say that. Shadow, $5. We got a chance with Trump to build something stable before everything collapses. Other than that, it's over. Well, the problem is that if we don't solve the money problem, if we don't stop the money printing, none of this other stuff is going to get fixed. As long as there's an infinite money printer, cutting spending doesn't do anything. Buy Bitcoin, buy land, and buy self-defense stuff. America officially ended in 2020. Never forget what they took from us. Good luck. I mean, that's what one thing I was going to get to was Bitcoin again, because this video popped up of this boomer who is he's kind of popular on the financial channels. He's like this big fat kind of he's like a Tony Soprano kind of dude. And I think he actually used to be involved with the mob, right? His name is Ben Mala. And he's like one of these kind of, big, chunky, fast-talking, angry boomers. And maybe he knows a lot about he's a multi-million-dollar real estate person. So I'm sure he's got the market down on real estate. But guess what? I was not surprised when he said he will never buy Bitcoin because it is a scam. So I'm interested to hear this, basically, the Tony Soprano tell me why I shouldn't buy Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, because I saw Grant Cardone when it comes to real estate. Now, what about implementing Bitcoin? Because I saw Grant Cardone when it comes to real estate
is now doing real estate funds that are tied to Bitcoin, where he takes the rents to buy Bitcoin, and when you buy one of his buildings, you're also buying Bitcoin.
I can't get involved with something I really don't understand.
Oh, shocker. Boomers don't understand Bitcoin. Now, I will give, he looks like a cross between real life Tony Soprano and Hank Williams Jr. Jersey real estate man here. Credit for at least saying he doesn't understand it. Half the rest of the boomer world won't even say that. Or maybe they will, but then they'll go on to tell you for the next 10 minutes of why it's a scam and doesn't work and it's evil and it's nothing, it has no intrinsic value. But wait a minute, I thought you didn't understand it. So how do you know that it's bad and has no value? You just said you didn't understand.
And I would never, ever risk anybody's money in something that I don't know what I'm doing. So, I'm not knocking it and I'm not for it. Because I don't understand Bitcoin, and I've seen it all over the place, and I know it's a new thing, and yeah, my son told me to buy it when it was up.
This is the most boomer thing ever, dude. He's going to start telling us to invest in oil certificates next, right? Or like, I've been looking into the saloon market. I think there's going to be a return of saloons. You got your horse, you got your buggy, you want to take a little load off, you're gonna go down to the saloon, maybe there's a floozy there, maybe not, maybe she's sleeping with the fishes, but I understand the saloon market.
$1. Ben Jr., he told me to buy Bitcoin when it was $1, even with the dollar.
Why didn't you buy it?
I think he was in college.
Why did you?
So he's saying his son told him to buy Bitcoin was $1?
You don't know. You don't have a crystal ball.
It's a
it could have been a.
I don't know. Okay, well, put $100 in it, Boomer. Didn't you have millions at that time? I was invested in the saloon market.
Fraud. And it's run by computers. And you know who controls the computers? People.
The same dude will go to the damn bank where everything at the bank is run by humans using computers. Are you serious?
And then if the wrong people get in there, I don't know. I heard all kinds of stories. You hear good, you hear bad. I don't know. It's not my generation.
I don't know. No. I don't think people are saying, is he Jewish? I'm going to say this is a, I don't know. Let's see. Real estate. He sounds like Tony Soprano to me, but let's see. Well, he doesn't have a Wikipedia. I don't know. But he's like the 500. They call him the $500 million man for whatever reason, the real estate man.
Technology, I came when technology was born, okay? I didn't really grow with it. That's the problem, guys.
I didn't really grow with it. How many Coors Light before this interview? I mean, this is the epitome of like Dave Ramsey, Peter Schiff, Ben Mala. I mean, I also think that boomers that are monetarily successful, they already know everything. And they feel like, I already made the real estate money. Why do I need this thing? What's the point? Why learn this? I don't need to, right?
It's like you have grown with technology and understand it is more part of your life. So, you know, what are you going to do? You can't do everything in life.
Do you think it's worth it to take the time to understand it or to diversify 3% into it?
It's always good to diversify.
Because dude's smoking Newports. I mean, I will at least now believe the organized crime background because no rich dude actually smokes Newport unless he came from the streets, okay? I mean, that gives him hood cred. If you're smoking Newports, you got $500 million, you got street cred, dude. That's a legit gangster right there.
You diversify.
The dude literally looks like Hank Williams Jr. too.
If something hurts you, it's okay because you got some diversification there of other things to protect you.
Yes, thank you for defining the term that everyone who's watched one economics video knows what diversification is. But the question was, why don't you have 3% of Bitcoin if you believe in diversification? We didn't need you to define the term that everyone knows.
So I'm not against it. And then maybe if my son insisted or Aaron insisted, hey, let's open up a Bitcoin account or whatever, I'd say, fine, open it up. But I'd be doing it more for him than me. I'm in real estate. Just like I don't loan money. I don't play the stocks anymore.
Yeah.
I just do what I know. Because if I focus on what I know I'm going to do well. I know.
Yeah, but Bitcoin isn't even that hard. Like, it's way easier than real estate. Real estate is a nightmare. I know. I have some real estate. We have 3 properties. I don't want the 3 properties. It's a nightmare. I would rather not have the properties and have the Bitcoin. I mean, more Bitcoin than the properties is what I'm saying. What does anathema mean? At the Triumph of Orthodoxy, you say anathema. What do I say to my Protestant family? It means, atheism, $5, that you should go and print out the entire service and put some chant on in the background on your playlist. And at Thanksgiving dinner, you walk out, if you want to be Orthodox, and you read the entire anathema service to your aunt and uncle and your cousins. And if you don't, you will be excommunicated from the Orthodox Church. That's what anathema means. I'm just kidding. It means that the people who reject the teaching of the Seventh Council are not Orthodox. Joseph, $10. Do you think that certain people in the alternative media sphere I don't speculate on who's an op, so I don't go that route. How are you in a religion that says that the Jewish covenant is still valid and salvific? Are you talking about me or Rome? I don't know if you're talking about Rome or me. If you mean that trad cats are inconsistent, I would agree.
What I'm doing.
This is going to either sound really stupid or really amazing 20 years from now, but I see a lot of people online, a lot of real estate investors on Twitter saying, I don't see the point in real estate anymore to try to bust my ass making 6-7% when I believe Bitcoin is going to average 20 to 40% annualized returns over the next 20 years. Why am I going to do that? But even at 10, what?
What's this guy's name? I forget the guy, the young entrepreneur dude. I forget his name, but this is just like a great example of generational miscommunication gap. Like Grant or whatever that kid's, I forget his name. He has like a channel about economics and even he's understood making his money in real estate as a millennial that this even makes more sense than real estate. Real estate is a huge hassle. And there's way more risk with real estate than Bitcoin. And again, everybody argues with me in the chat when I say this. If you've done both, I'm telling you, it's the truth.
I take the risk, the work, the...
Everybody's different. Whatever works for you. You're in control of your life. If you have a risk tolerance for Bitcoin...
Listen, dude, I'm not... Why would you even debate a dude smoking Newports? I mean, that's Newport fallacy right there. If I see a person smoking a Newport, I'm not even going to debate. What's the point? I'm just going to do, you're smoking Newports. Debate over. I'm not going to debate you. What are you talking about? That's the nastiest thing ever. At least if you were smoking an American Spirit. Imagine being, by the way, a lot of rich boomers, this funny thing, they will use the cheapest products. It's crazy. The cheapest beer, cheapest cigarettes, nastiest cigarettes. They'll go eat McDonald's. It's like, you got millions of dollars you eating at McDonald's? Yeah, well, I grew up eating the Happy Meal. So I like a Happy Meal. So what? So sue me. I mean, just don't even try to reason with a person smoking Newport.
And go for it. I hope you make a fortune. I know guys that have made millions and millions of dollars in Bitcoin. Millions and millions. And I'm happy for them, but it wasn't my route. I focused on what I knew.
Yeah, we got it. You're hard-headed and you don't care to learn something new. But the funny thing is that what they're telling you would benefit your dollar stash way more than keeping it in dollars. But this is what a boomer can't understand. They don't understand that the dollars are not based on anything intrinsic. That's what they don't understand. They're like, Bitcoin is not a thing. It has no intrinsic value. I can't touch it. I can't. Yeah, like the dollar?
Coin can't find it or whatever the happened. Computer chips or whatever break down.
Yet you trust your bank to give you loans based on all the same computer chips with the emails and the motherboards and the plugins and the jacks and the RV cables and the controlling microphones. I don't understand it.
Whatever the happens, or somebody figures out a way to it up.
Someone turns it off.
You still got your house.
Yeah, Graham Stephan. That's the guy I couldn't think of. Exactly. So Graham Stephan's the, essence of millennial real estate man. Telling another real estate man that this is better than real estate. And the boomer's like, I don't give a shit. I can't understand because I don't believe in learning nothing because I already know.
You buy a house, you got your house. You buy that building, the people are going to pay your rent every month. I mean, listen, it's just like, why didn't you become a doctor?
No, it is not that. All of your analogies have nothing to do with the point of this discussion. The point of the discussion is that the thing that you know is way easier than the thing that we're telling you about. I don't know it. Yeah, we know you don't know it, but it's easier than real estate. But I know real estate. Oh my gosh.
You choose your path in life, and you choose where you want to put your efforts and your time, and you go for it. It just, it wasn't me. Even stocks aren't me anymore. Yeah. My youngest wants to, and we will over the summer for his benefit.
See, again, boomers think that everyone is missing this. Bitcoin is not a stock. It's the future of money. It is the money protocol of the future. It's not a stock. But I understand they think of it like stocks. And this dude's all about street wisdom, right? He's like, I got the street wisdoms. I don't believe in none of them computer chips and the hush puppies and chips. I don't know what is this.
To trade some stocks, but I have no interest in it because I don't do 6 or 7%. I do value add.
He doesn't even understand what they're saying. He didn't say 6 to 7%. Did he? I forget. Maybe he did. But on average, it's more like 60%. What? If you get a 10x out of Bitcoin every 5 years, on average, that's like 60% a year. And this boomer heard 6 to 7%, but maybe Graham Stephan did say, I don't know what he said. But the point is that, no, 60% boomer, not 6.
Take garbage and I try to turn it to gold. Physically, mentally, I create it. I make it happen. I'm in control. I'm not just...
So, interesting psychology of the boomer there, isn't it? I do what I created. I'm in control. The boomer thinks that what is value is his thing that he creates, that he controls, the property that he renovates. And to a degree, that's kind of true. But everything that he said as a justification for why he prefers this over the other thing were all terrible, stupid reasons. And just kind of hard-headedness. Which is why so many cases, trying to explain this to a boomer or it's like talking to a kid.
Say, oh, Bitcoin should go up. I'm going to make money. You're not, what are you doing? You ain't doing. I mean, to me, I like to make my money happen. Make it, create it.
This is another thing that also we overlook, right? When we talk about, well, how come a boomer doesn't understand Bitcoin? It's like, it's not just because it's not physical and they think that value is necessarily tied to physicality somehow. But it's also that they have the feeling that I must be involved in working to create the value. Now, every boomer respects a banker. But bankers don't make money by physically acting to build things. Bankers make money from loans and interest. So even the boomers aren't consistent with their own reliance on the banks for the loans to get the properties to renovate them. That's what this guy does, by the way. I watched his interviews before, right? The young finesser, $5. That's why he's rich. He's tight. I think this is true to a degree, that wealthy people had to, at one point, save. The problem is that the entire economy is no longer about saving. And wealthy people they still spend their money. But it's like, if you were going to smoke for your own health and for your own good, why wouldn't you smoke like really high quality cigarettes or tobacco that wouldn't kill you? So even though you think you're saving by penny pinching to buy Newports, in the long run, that's actually worse. And then people in the chat, I'm not dissing you. I get your point, finesser. But the boomer and the people like this are missing the point that it's the same with Bitcoin. Like the value proposition on the basis for what you're saying for your wealth and what you value, it's by that line of argument, you should then choose Bitcoin, is the point. That's what you can't convey. Every argument that this guy would like to use for his position actually works to prove Bitcoin. Oh, you want to be involved hands-on? Bitcoin would afford you the means of actually doing that better. That's the point. You could have more real estate. This is what I tell the gold people. If you want more gold, buy Bitcoin, and in 10 years, you'll buy all the gold you want. So even if you wanted gold, Bitcoin would be the route to having more gold. This is silly.
You know, and just like, you work for a living, you're creating your wealth. You're in control. If you make money, it's because you did it.
This is the delusion of the boomer. But what you did as a house flipper, real estate person, is a form of investing by which you get a greater return over time. It's no different in putting my money into Bitcoin and getting a greater value over. It's the same principle. It's just less physical exertion. So the logic of his argument is stupid because it's actually saying, I want to work harder for less, is essentially what he's saying. That's what he doesn't. So you want to work harder for less. That doesn't make any sense with your worldview.
Not because you invest in Bitcoin. Yes, we got to have investments, and you pick and choose your investments. I choose muni bonds. You might choose Bitcoin. Whatever works for you.
What do you say? Mini bonds?
I choose muni bonds. You might choose Bitcoin.
Oh, real estate bonds? Really bonds? What? I mean, I don't know about... I'm not a mogul of real estate, so I don't know like these fancy terms or whatever, but I don't know what that is. But I guarantee you that in 10 years, I don't know, just boomers should be able to listen to Michael Saylor, who's a boomer, and figure this out, but they can't. I don't know. But he speaks the boomerese. I don't know. JB says the little dweeb is a host. He gives me the creeps. Well, it's Graham Stefan, who I will appreciate the fact that Graham, for a long time, built his channel on real estate.
What's up, you guys? It's Graham here.
He became a millionaire in real estate by being age 26, which made him famous on YouTube. That was about 7 years ago, or at least that's the video. But I will give Graham credit because he quickly got into Bitcoin. So he saw the positives and value of Bitcoin pretty quickly. And so he gets some credit for that, for sure. And I don't know anything about him personally, but in the videos that I've seen or in discussions about Bitcoin that I've seen, he's usually pretty reasonable. So he seems like a reasonable person. I don't know anything about his morals or anything. Jam? No. Howdy, $5. This is just a thank you. You don't have to read this out loud. What? Okay. Appreciate that. You're a great ortho bro. I can help with your IT problems. I appreciate that. I mean, I always get people reaching out wanting to help, but I mean, I think that by process of elimination, really the only thing left to do is to upgrade the hardware. Beyond that, that's pretty much the last step. I mean, there's no other things in the settings in OBS to alter. I've done all that for many years, tried out different things. Yeah, beyond that, I don't know, other than to upgrade the hardware, which is what we'll do next. Jam, $2. Without the book, would you know who God is? Yes, in the Christian tradition, it is possible to know who God is without direct knowledge of a book. Hence, in the first several centuries of the church, everyone was catechized orally, and the gospel was taught orally for the most part when people couldn't read. So, yes. And in fact, Jesus and the apostles preached before anything was written. Jesus, as far as we know, didn't write anything. Popping out the front and the back, $1. What do you think about South Park Mexican rapper? We have not talked about cholos today. I don't know what... Oh, SPM, a South Park Mexican rapper. We haven't talked about cholos. I honestly have not heard any cholo rap since the 90s. There used to be... Remember when... Remember back when like Heavy D was popular? And then there was a couple cholo rappers that came out in the late 90s, and I haven't heard any cholo rappers since then. So I haven't even thought about cholo rap, dude. You're bringing up straight 90s stuff. I don't even know. Anyway. Dang, dude. We've been going for... Oh, man. We've already almost been going 6 hours. I didn't even notice. I'm sorry for people who want to debate, man. I ain't got no energy for debate. I apologize. But let's see. What do we got over here? We got Ann, who's running for president. Okay. Ann is running for president. What's up, Ann? Unmute. Ann, unmute. What's your platform? Why should we vote for you?